Just they made it just made it a lot. They did just this big health 13%.
Do you remember him? Yeah,
They said, did some of those guys up. So,
You know, I thought it was what were
when you're ready. Yeah, good to go.
Okay, water board, let's go. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, Dan, see you later.
We try to represent the area. Friday.
Yeah.
I do the Brits on spring. Different did, easier to get. And I'm stepping out of this spring. Y'all have to say that. And I put it on. I've already been doing my dreams. Anyway. I don't think so.
They're expecting us to take a lot of notice.
Yeah. Just a minute. I didn't realize I can't read my own writing.
Okay, we're going to call to order water board meeting number 5-26. This will be the work session of the meeting. It's originating at the Water Center in Boise, Idaho, with people live streaming on YouTube. Welcome one and all. The first order of business is roll call. Mylene, could we have that, please?
Good morning, Mr. Barker.
Present.
Ms. Cole-Hansen.
Present.
Mr. Gibbs.
Here.
Mr. McMahon.
Here.
Mr. Olmstead.
Here.
Mr. Stevenson.
Here.
Mr. Van Stone.
Here.
Chairman Raybould.
Here. Okay, thank you. Next thing up, Mr. Pat, we have the Idaho Water Resource Research Institute update.
Yes, we have Kendra Kaiser, the Executive Director for the Idaho Water Resources Research Institute, here to provide an update on the various research projects that they are working on.
Good morning, Kendra. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. Well, while this pulls up and loads, I'll just start with saying I'm really excited to share with you all what we've been working on this past year and some things that are coming up. As I go through the presentation, if there's anything that you would like me to stop at and ask questions about, I'm happy to pause midway. You can share. I lost the window. Your screen.
Can't show the big ones.
We got cut back on my screens.
I'll be down to a 5-dimmer board.
This thing is the problem think it's the power.
Thanks for bearing with us for some technical challenges today.
Okay, we're kind of joking around here offline about how this is part of our holdback. For those of you online, we got a little technical problem here. We're gonna get going here as quick as we get a couple of things resolved.
That'd be about 4% of our bandwidth.
We only get 97% of our.
All right, I think we are all ready to go. For those of folks that are online, my name is Kendra Kaiser. I'm the director of the Idaho Water Resources Research Institute. We are housed at the University of Idaho. I am research faculty there in the Department of Soil and Water Systems and extension specialist. As a reminder of what IWRB's role is, we are one of 54 water research institutes that exist in every state and territory across the country. We were established by Congress in 1964, and our primary responsibilities are to research complex and urgent questions for the state of Idaho, provide independent analysis and improve access to water data, and then translate knowledge to support decision-making. Many of you know that last year we were appropriated $1 million of annual ongoing funding from the state legislature, and we are working through many different ways to spend those funds, and we'll be sharing updates about those with you today. So highlights of what we've accomplished this past year. Last summer, we identified research priorities across the state with our 32-member research advisory committee and approval from the executive board. I'll tell you a little bit more about that process. We distributed $580,000 in funding to faculty at Boise State, Idaho State University, and the University of Idaho to address those priorities. And then IWRB staff that we have hired since last year are also conducting research that's of importance to the state. And we're also generating a return on the investment from the state through being awarded competitive extramurally funded grants. So the research prioritization process starts with this research advisory committee that I mentioned. We have members that include agencies, municipalities, industries, conservation organizations, as well as members from our academic institutions. The first session of our meeting last year, we identified Idaho's most pressing water challenges. And then over the course of last year and through the RAC process, they generated over 90 research project needs. So then once we had those 90 project needs, the RAC evaluated those projects based on relevance, community impact, feasibility of the projects, and then geographic representation across the state. And then they provide recommendations to the executive board for allocation of our state funding. So there's a screenshot here of our research page. And on this page, the top button goes to a summary of that process and the outcomes from last year. And then there's also a location where any individual can suggest a research idea. That research submission form is pretty short. And so the objective really was to collect information about what people are seeing across the state. The really important part there is that people distinguish why it's important to the community, who the local stakeholders are that they are relevant for. So out of the process last year, these submissions that came in, perhaps unsurprisingly to you all, is that over half of those needs were related to water scarcity and availability, followed by topics around technology and innovation. A lot of that was related to remote sensing, new monitoring opportunities, followed by water quality, and then policy planning, ecosystems, education, and hazards and climate. So these categories are set by the USGS, and we kind of associated any project that came in with one of those categories. The other thing that's of interest is that of the research needs that were submitted, over half of them were relevant for the entire state, which really highlights the relevance of the work that IWRB is doing, is that many of these projects, maybe there's one community that submitted it, but there's other communities that it's also relevant for, where we see the same type of topic coming up across the state. And then we split the remaining projects based on which region they're most relevant for, as aligned with the Water Resources Board regions. So out of the process last year, this figure is showing all of the priorities last year. I'm not going to go into details on all of them. I can share with you all that report from last year. But I think the thing that's exciting to see about this figure is that all of the topics that are in the gray box are projects that are relevant for the entire state. And then again, the specific projects in any given region. And then on this slide, there's also distinction between the projects that faculty are leading, which are denoted with an asterisk, and then the projects that IWRB is leading are the remainder. So for this upcoming year, a quick rundown of how we are approaching the Research Advisory Committee process. Number one, just like high level, we are going to be talking with the RAC about which projects from this past year we're going to continue funding, while also initiating a few new projects. And ideally, we're going to be moving towards a process where we're funding 2 to 3 year projects and maybe a few, 1 year projects. So this morning, we actually distributed materials out to all of the RAC members for review of all of the ongoing projects, and then a reminder of the projects that were submitted last year that were unfunded. And so those are interim reports from all the project leads. April 8th is the last day to submit 2 new projects for consideration for this upcoming year. April 16th is when we have our full day Research Advisory Committee meeting. May 14th, about a month later, is when we review those recommendations with the executive board. And then what we're working towards here forward is that every year about 1/3 of the RAC members will rotate off and we will bring in new members. So we are certainly interested in your input on both the approach and individuals that might be interested and relevant for soliciting new members to the Research Advisory Committee. The objective there is that we retain about 2/3 of the members from year over year. That way there's some continuity with membership, but we're getting some new folks that are coming in. And then July 1st is when we'll be submitting our annual report to JFAC. So I'm going to run through a couple of highlights from the research projects that are going on right now. I don't have time to tell you about all of them. This first project that I'll highlight is really relevant given the snowpack this year. So this project is being led by Lejo Flores and his postdoctoral research Otto Lang at Boise State University. They are developing tools to visualize projections of snowpack levels based on historical conditions. So this is a figure showing projections from the Banner Summit Snowtell Station on February 12th. And effectively what they do is they look at the current conditions and then they look at all the historical traces of how snowpack developed over time. And then they put likelihoods on it. So February 12th, the snowpack was in this lower, I think it looks like the 30th to 7th or 10th to 9th, 90th percentile. And then you can see that those traces go out and they're estimating when peak SWE might be, the likelihood of it reaching that median. And then when you move to today, let me see. Yeah, so today, or this figure auto generated for me earlier this week or last week, March 19th. And you can see now that the snowpack has continued to accumulate about along the line on the projections that he had provided. And then you start to narrow in on what the likely ranges are. Their work is also providing estimates on when projected peak SWE is and the percentage of the historical median. So this is some really exciting new work. Right now, this is still in the development phase, so we have an opportunity to automate this process and make it publicly available over the upcoming year. Another project that's of relevance for the Water Board is development of probabilistic flood maps for Idaho under uncertainty and precipitation. This is being led by a new faculty at Idaho State University. So we have a handful of different water quality topics, so I'll just breeze over them relatively quickly. Most of these are being led by our senior scientist, Steve Powers, who's with the Water Research Institute. One is validating some remote sensing data to improve understanding of surface water quality. So this is relevant for harmful algal blooms. And then there's a project where last year, the water quality implications of Manitowoc for recharge through injection wells and recycled water was a high priority. And so we've been trying to find out what the gaps are that are most important for IWRB. There are some ongoing contracts that the Water Board and DEQ already have going. And so we've been working to understand what's already being done, where the gaps are, and what kind of synthesis information we can share sooner rather than later with the public. And then we've also been working on developing the parameters around creating the sensitive aquifer recharge toolbox. A pilot of this was created in North Idaho. And so we're exploring how did they do it up there, and is it possible to expand it to the entire state? There's a lot of exciting new monitoring opportunities, and the first project that we're working on to support this effort is one that's actually collaborative across all 3 universities. They are assessing our existing weather and climate monitoring systems to understand where the gaps are and where we could fill those gaps with future monitoring. This is a really important project for understanding the variability of precipitation in the mountains, as an example. We know in the hydrologic community that existing monitoring systems are pretty biased. There's a lot of uncertainty in there because of the complexity of precipitation in mountainous terrain. So this project will be really helping us identify opportunities there. They've also been doing a lot of quality assurance and cleaning up of data from agromet stations related to evapotranspiration. HP Marshall and his postdoc are working on a new remote sensing data set to evaluate tracking snow depth using LiDAR. And then Andy Tranmer and Daniele Tonina are working on improving ways to monitor water seepage gains and losses in canals using real-time sensors. And so this is an opportunity where instead of simply getting estimates from the top end and the bottom end of the canal, you can actually measure seepage in real time. There's the possibility to use this technology where managers could be seeing it on their phone on any given day, and you can see the spatial variability across a canal and the temporal variability across the irrigation season.
Kendra, where is that now seepage monitoring going on?
The pilot study is over in the Black Canyon Irrigation District. So another project, this is a little bit of a teaser because this just came out like last week, but through a variety of different projects that were funded from federally funded dollars, we've been working on making Idaho water data more accessible, and we've created this new data hub associated with IWRB. And basically what this does is it pulls IDWR's really great data sets, and it just creates data visualizations and ways for people to interact with them. I'll show you a couple of examples. But in addition to that, we are initiating an effort to digitize all of the well logs from across the state using large language models to help characterize hydrogeology. The University of Idaho Research Computing, through a different effort and different funding stream, has developed the Water Rights Data Hub that has an AI assistant to help people navigate our complex water rights. And then IWRB is collaborating with the Internet of Water to host a water data modernization workshop on May 14th for the agencies. So that's DEQ, IDWR, and OITS. And they're going to be talking about what are the big needs on data modernization within the agencies, and what are pathways to implement those opportunities. That is a really exciting workshop, in part because we have that partnership with the Internet of Water. And then at the end, we'll be hosting a Jeffersonian dinner where we bring leadership from across these agencies together to discuss what the paths look like in the future. And it would be great to have somebody from the Water Resources Board join for that as well. So a couple of exciting examples from the Water Data Hub. These weren't in your materials because it literally just got updated last week, and I added these this morning. But this is a figure showing groundwater levels across southern Idaho, and the color of the dots are associated with the trend through time. And so any dot that is blue is a stable groundwater levels. Any well that's in green shows that it's increasing, and any red dot shows that it's decreasing through time. And then we're not showing them on here, but there's also a lot of other wells that have insufficient data to evaluate this statistically, and so those aren't shown on this figure. So this is a really exciting mechanism for communities, folks that work at the county or others, to quickly look at the wealth of data that we already have available. Another example, this one is from the wells data set from IDWR, and this figure is just showing the well depth of all the wells that are across southern Idaho. So we are actively developing this and working to improve it and find other data visualizations that are helpful for folks. We're really excited about the work that they've done on this.
Just a second, Kendra.
I have a question.
Question.
Kendra, do you have this information for other parts of the state, or is it just through this area?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Joanne Cole-Hansen, this is available for the entire state. I just couldn't get a snapshot of it to show on the screen. But you can show the entire state, you can zoom in, you can filter by county, you can filter by groundwater management area or any other spatial data set that's available through IDWR. And there's also some summary stats and figures that are also available, and those are also being refined right now too.
Thank you.
So some other regionally relevant topics, these are not funded through the State Board of Education fund or through the legislative funding. We have a project in Valley County evaluating water supply up there and thinking about their concerns about growth. Here in the Treasure Valley, we have a contract with IDWR looking at the Starbridge moratorium. So those are just two of various examples of other projects that we have going on outside of the state funding. Another one is a project that's focused on North Idaho and Lake Pend Oreille. There's been a lot of concerns up there about how lake levels are managed. And so we're digging into the historical conditions that have led to higher lake levels, how the climate is changing up north, and what that might mean for flood risk in the area. So here we are, the East Snake Plain. I know you all were waiting for this. There are a lot of different opportunities in the East Snake Plain. And over the past year, what we've really been trying to do is figure out what are the components, how do they integrate, and what's IWRB's role. So a couple of the key priorities that have emerged, number one, are evaluating existing aquifer recovery strategies that support reach gains, quantifying the headwater contributions that are entering the East Snake Plain and changes through time, as well as in identifying gaps and opportunities to reduce uncertainty in the water budget for the system at large. And then this last one that's in blue is also something that we added this spring, which is being responsive to urgent needs to support near-term planning. So back in February, we were asked to forecast the methodology order to support decision-making in Southern Idaho. And so I'll give you a little bit of information about that as well. The other thing that I think is important for us to keep in mind is like, what are the core of the outstanding questions? So the first one being, what management actions drive Blackfoot to Minidoka or Milner reach gains? And what are the associated time lags? Can we predict reach gains prior to an upcoming season? And then what are the additional forecasting tools that could support early season decision-making? So these are some of the things that are driving the way IWRB is thinking about these problems. One of the approaches to address these is development of a soil water balance model that is available for the entire Upper Snake Basin. So the soil water balance model is a process-based model to help us understand drivers of water flow through the system. It simulates water budget components and uncertainty ranges at the daily, monthly, and annual scales. It calculates things like incidental recharge, runoff, and evapotranspiration. So this is a model that was developed by the USGS, and they've been interested in developing this model in Idaho, but they haven't had the capacity to do so. So we're really excited to be developing this at scale. So some other ideas that have been we've been generating around the Blackfoot to Minidoka reach gains in particular is the idea to develop, calibrate, and quantify uncertainty in a submodel of the East Snake Plain aquifer model implemented at a finer scale resolution. And then using that model, evaluate the hydrologic responses to historic climate variability and management strategies. So there's ways to test a lot of different scenarios, calculate the uncertainty. And then we are continuing to refine the ideas around this and developing a work plan that could be have input from technical experts as well as the stakeholders. And I think the real big question for us and the support that we're looking for from leadership is how do we explore state-of-the-art modeling approaches and novel developments without having competing models or litigation while we are going through that process. So I'll switch now into automation of the forecasting forecasting the April 1 methodology order. So this was something that was requested of us back in February. In about 5 or 6 weeks, we went through the methodology order and we automated everything that we could to make running the analysis more efficient. The really time-consuming component of this are some of the data inputs that require quantification of what's happened since last year, storage allocation for the individual entities. And so for components of the methodology order that require numbers that weren't ready when we developed this a couple of weeks ago, we used a range of potential values to capture the uncertainty. And then we used historical IDWR data to develop relationships between HYSE and natural flow at each entity. So I'm not going to go into a ton of the details. I'm going to go, but I'll just to highlight for folks, particularly those listening online, there's kind of 3 different components to the methodology. One is the water supply forecast. The methodology uses the joint forecast that comes out in April. We were predicting this in March, so we had to make a modification to the joint forecast to do that. We also included exceedance probabilities from the NRCS forecasts to make sure that our numbers were in a range that made sense. We calculated the natural flow supplies at each of the entities using the regression approach in the methodology. And then we used ranges for storage allocation, given that we didn't know those final numbers. We used the reasonable in-season demand from the baseline year set in the methodology for 2018. And then we calculated shortfalls and water right priorities. So the long short of the analysis was that as of March 11th, when we ran this model, there is a 10% likelihood that natural flow would be high enough to actually not require curtailments, which we don't think is very likely. And then based on the current estimates of the joint forecast, and the most likely scenario from our perspective was that the most senior water right for this year would be 1945, but it could easily drop to 1900. And since we developed those analyses on March 11th, the forecast from the Northwest River Forecasting Center has dropped from 2,800 CAF to about 2,700 CAF. And so the forecasts are continuing to decline, which is pushing us more towards a likely 1,900 water right curtailment. So next steps for these components in particular is that if this is of interest, we can continue to expand the code for forecasting the methodology order. We could create an online dashboard. There's a lot of opportunities there. The funding options there would be either through the Water Resources Board, through a contract with the water users, or submitting this project through the IWRB process. Given the specificity of this one, I don't know if it is one that really fits in the IWRB process in comparison to something like developing a water budget for the entire Upper Snake. We are, like I mentioned, we are continuing to collaborate with the Technical Advisory Committee to the Steering Committee to refine the drivers of Blackfoot Minidoka Reach Gains work plan. That I think is a really big opportunity for the water users to provide additional support and funding for. And then we're going to continue development of that soil water balance model, which is funded through the IWRB process. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, board members, any questions for Kendra? Al?
So can you give me a little more detail about the Star Bridge moratorium work you're doing?
Yeah, happy to. So this is a contract with IDWR. It's a 1-year contract, and the objective was to evaluate the boundary that was created historically and using the new Treasure Valley groundwater model, creating uncertainty bounds around it and just making sure that that boundary.
Including the depths of where the department says is used as a rule of thumb about what is connected and what is not.
Correct.
Does it evaluate the declining return flows in the drains below the star as part of that analysis?
There is not anything for declining drain flows in that analysis. We have done some work on that through other funding sources in the past. And that research some of that research is in progress. We're getting published right now, but we're still in conversation with the water masters as well, wherever we can help on that one.
Thanks.
Okay. Brian and then Pat.
Mr. Chairman, Kendra, the LiDAR work that have you done some on the snowpack in the last year, or?
Mhm.
I'm just curious, how does it, I mean, I guess you corroborate it with some of the snowtail sites. Does it look pretty accurate compared to, I mean, do you see a potential to do a lot bigger areas with LiDAR and get a more accurate snow prediction?
Mr. Chairman, Brian, from the interim report that I was just reading this morning from that group, they did start doing field work this year and comparing it. And a little bit tricky thing about this year was that because we had so little snow, the range that they could be getting observations from was a little bit more narrow than normal. And what I believe was that they see some promise, but it seems like that you might need site-specific validation data that you would have to go out and collect in addition to the snowtail data. But they are still working through that analysis.
Okay, Pat?
Mr. Chairman, Kendra, personally, what is your biggest concern with the water supply in Idaho?
Chairman, that's a big question. I mean, I guess my biggest concern right now is probably the fire season, honestly. But I think for IWRB, coming up into this research advisory committee process, I have already heard many entities that are seeking to submit additional research needs. And so I can imagine that this year we will have even more potential projects to evaluate. And really what we're trying to figure out is what's the best process to evaluate all of these, and how do we distribute funding in a way that makes sense? And what do you do about the projects that fall kind of like low in the ranking, but are still obvious needs to communities that are raising those questions? Yeah.
Okay. We're good. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate you and the way you've hit the ground running. IWRB is doing a lot of good work and we're going to need it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patton, next up, Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Rob Sharpnack, who will be joining us via Zoom, is the state's CREP program coordinator, works for the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. And Rob will give us an update on the status of the CREP program.
Okay, welcome, Rob. Glad to have you here with us today. What do you got for us?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I have a little bit about the CREP program this morning, and I'm going to roll through this presentation pretty quickly. And if anyone has any questions, please don't hesitate to speak up, and we'll do the best we can going through that. Let's see.
Okay, what, just a question, Dean? What?
Getting a little louder, I can't quite hear.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
okay, we're maxed out. Okay,
Okay.
maybe just if you could talk a little closer to your mic. or a
Okay.
little- That's better.
That's better.
Yep. Thank you.
And this works.
Yep, we see it, Rob.
Yeah, you see it? Okay. Let's go. Okay, Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, otherwise known as CREP. We have been going with this program since 2006. So this is our 20th year of groundwater savings in Idaho. CREP is eligible for all of or some of 23 counties across southern Idaho, 28 conservation districts, This is covering the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer in southern Idaho. Recently, we were surprised by FSA with an open enrollment period starting on February 12th and going through March 20th. Fortunately for us, this period was extended to complete additional paperwork for these offers up through the 27th of March. So we are still continuing to see offers come in from some of the FSA offices. And since this meeting started, I've received 3 more offers for new CREP contracts that I hadn't received before now. This is kind of where we were at. This diagram is, of course, trying to hit a moving target for this table. But essentially, before I got the additional 3 offers, we had 37 offers in play that covered 95 fields for 2,659 acres across southern Idaho. This would be a total annual payment for participants in southern Idaho of $867,000 per year, in addition to what was going on already in southern Idaho. Our program goals, of course, is to reduce irrigation groundwater and consumptive use in the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. We like to conserve energy and stuff by reducing pumping costs. We improve water quality by reducing non-point source pollution. And through the establishment of conservation cover on the CREP contracts, we provide for wildlife habitat. Okay, the target for the CREP program, we max out in the program enrollment at 50,000 acres for enrollment purposes. That equals out to be about 100,000 acres of groundwater savings, or 100,000 acre feet of groundwater savings, excuse me. Basically, this will help raise local water tables and improve spring flow, provides additional wildlife habitat area, injects funds into the local ag economy and helps conserve energy. Participants, the contract right now is for a 10-year sign-up period. We convert that acreage into a permanent vegetative cover that provides for protection for soil erosion and wildlife habitat. There's a voluntary curtailment of the water rights used in the program, but some irrigation may be used for vegetation establishment. We agree to restrict land use during the contract period, and we see federal annual rental and state cost share assistance for the landowners, and land and water rights return after the contract ends. This is our partners with the program. We are partners with the FSA, Water Resource, NRCS, local conservation districts, ISCD, Idaho Groundwater Appropriators, Fish and Game, Department of Environmental Quality, and local irrigation districts. Core partner roles are with USDA, they administer the program on the federal level. Soil and Water Conservation Commission provides technical service and administers the program on the state level. And Department of Water Resources helps us with water rights validation for all new enrollments. Over the course of the 20 years of the program, we have had approximately 622,000 acre feet of groundwater savings so far. We'd like to keep that rolling and going. Right now, for the last 20 years, we've provided a total of $37 million of federal payments that have gone into local economies in southern Idaho through the CREP program. As of the end of the federal fiscal year 25, we had 121 contracts in the program with 9,541 acres enrolled, and payments for that year going out to enrollees, both state and federal, was about $2.5 million, covering Bingham, Blaine, Cassia, Jefferson, Jerome, Lincoln, Minidoka, and Power, and Twin Falls counties. Last fall, we had a small short enrollment period also, and we had an additional 6 contracts come in at that time. We had a few contracts go out, so overall, our numbers went up to 124 contracts with 9,727 fields. That's where we are sitting right now. These new contracts we're talking about enrolling today will be starting up October 1st this fall and going through the next year cycle from there on. Here's what the CREP looks like at end of year 25 for the groundwater districts in southern Idaho. All our contracts, except for one, are in some groundwater district in southern Idaho. Idaho CREP gets $264,000 every year from the state legislature up until this last year and the holdbacks. We have spent through beginning of the program with the first payouts $190,000. This last year we were at $262,000 as the program grows and enrollments increase. State and federal participant benefits, we have a one-time sign-up incentive payment from the federal government that was added to the program in January of last year. This is a sign-up incentive payment that is 32.5% of the total annual rental payment one time from the federal government. And we also have federal cost share up to 50% for the initial planning of an approved seed plan for the crop field. Federal payment is at the annual is based on an annual payment at the county rental rate at the time of sign up, and the state will match that up to 13% of the federal rate. This chart talks about the range of payments across southern Idaho. It's all based on a per county basis. And the darker colors on this map shows the best payments out in southern Idaho. That would be Elmore, Gooding, Jerome, and Kasia and Minidoka counties are the highest paying, being the darkest colors on this graph. Originally, we started this program 20 years ago. The average across the state was $130 per acre per year. And now we're up to $241 per acre per year as an average across the CREP area. SIPs were added in January last year, and we have paid out, the FSA has paid out $167,000 to 28 participants going back to the original enrollments and beginning in 2021 for any new contracts enrolling in the CREP program. This will be an ongoing practice with these newly enrolled plans in CREP. The state does not match these federal SIP payments. An example of what it would be like if a producer from Kasia County would enroll 100 acres in CREP at the current enrollment rate of $356 per acre per year. So if you work through the math and look at the annual rental payment and the match and the SIP and the cost share and figure that out for the life of the 10-year contract, you're looking right at about $416,350 through the course of the contract for an enrollment of 100 acres in Kasia County. Common questions for CREP, or what are my responsibilities? Well, first you need to follow your authorization not to divert and adhere to the new water right limit set that you agree to. Not to water the contract area except to establish your planted conservation cover. Please do that. And we also have a conservation plan. It has 4 elements about access control, conservation cover, pest management, conservation system, and upland wildlife habitat. All pretty simple, straightforward. This is straight out of the NRCS handbook. Other participation expectations or responsibilities: allow program staff to stop by and evaluate your contract, allow us to share information with your partners, move seeded contract to fully health condition based on the seed plan. That's what we call a certified contract, and the contracts have to be certified before they can be re-enrolled in the program. Nothing in this program removes you of your responsibility to control noxious weeds here in southern Idaho. So please work with us and stuff. If you need to go out and do some spraying to take care of noxious weeds on your shed, it's not prohibited, but we do like to be notified so we can give permission to that. So, everybody knows what's going on. We have a nesting period through midsummer on these certified contracts to help protect the wildlife there. Communicate any issues or concerns with FSA or the commission. And please communicate changes in your business or banking that affect the contract with FSA and the commission to ensure your prompt payment. A lot of our time is spent chasing somebody down to get payments at the end of the year settled. This helps us a lot if we do it on the front end. What does access control mean? Basically, we want to preserve this land for wildlife usage. We do not want to store hay or manure or farm equipment or drive your planting or harvesting equipment through these fields. We just want them set aside for wildlife. No grazing or harvesting hay on these lands unless it's approved by FSA and the commission. Weed control as needed and approved. No construction unless you inform us well in advance and get permission. Hunting? Sure. Knock yourself off. Good luck with it. Just don't damage the fields in the process. What happens to water rights when enrolled in CREP? Water rights associated with the land enrolled in CREP are held for the period of the contract. Well, okay, so what does held mean? It just sits there. It's not used, it's not sold, it's not gifted, it's not transferred, it's not traded, it's not banked. It just sits there for the term of the contract. When it comes out of the program, whether it's 10 years or 20 years if it's re-enrolled, then it's subject to whatever agreements and provisions existed at that time. So what does my land qualify and am I eligible? Can you enroll in federal or state programs? Cropland must be physically and legally capable of being irrigated in a normal manner at the time of the offer. Cropland must have been irrigated by groundwater sources for 4 out of the 6 previous years with more than a ½ acre-foot of groundwater. Do you have a cropping history for your land? Yes. You must be able to show a cropping history of at least 1 year prior to enrollment land. Another thing is, if it's leased land and stuff or recently purchased land, you must be in possession of it for at least 12 months. Is there a minimum or maximum field size that can be in CREP? There is no minimum field size. We have field contracts as small as 1 acre. The maximum field size kind of depends on the county limits. Since they change per county and stuff, that affects the amount of acres we can enroll and still stay under a $50,000 cap per enrollee in the program. And that kind of limits the size of the field that we can have in the program right now. What's the process? Well, participant needs to start out by going in and making an appointment at his local FSA office and getting with their staff and defining the fields that he would like to put in the program and going through his basic eligibility with them. They in turn will send that packet of information over to the commission. I will enter that into our system and prepare a pack of information that goes to water resources for water rights evaluation. Once that water rights evaluation comes back favorably, I can go ahead and take that paperwork that I have prepared for the participant, get signatures for the state's portion of our paperwork from the participant, and then submit that all back into FSA. FSA then will complete the paperwork for that person and submit it on through nationals. And then once all that is submitted and Nationals have gone ahead and approved the enrollment of the participant in the program, then we'll have a start date for the program participation to start. And then after that is set, we'll have a timeline where we will come out and develop a seed plan for the conservation planting on the participants' land and begin that process. CREP is a valuable tool in the toolbox for groundwater conservation in southern Idaho. It's consistent, competitive, reliable, and quantifiable. End of year average cost for 1 acre foot of groundwater saved by the CREP program was $13.74 for the state of Idaho in the match payments we have paid out. I would like to thank the Idaho Water Resource Board for your support for the Idaho CREP program. It has been greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions.
Okay, board members, any questions for Rob?
Chairman.
Yeah, Brian.
Chairman, Rob, so do you have enough acres to spend all of the money, all the federal money that's allocated this year, or could you take more acres? Do you not have enough money for more acres if they would show up?
Our next payment will be pretty much covered for this fall because it would include enrollment from last October. And for this new enrollment period, we will not see payments until a year from now. So that would be what? The 28 budget year. So this year we're good. The next year, the 28 budget year, that will be a concern at these enrollment levels because with the 37 contracts, we were looking at an increase of our match payment beyond the level right now of 270,000 by another 100,000. And with holdbacks on the $264,000 that we had received previously from the state legislature, that is going to be probably something in the tune of 120,000 for fiscal year 28 is a potential shortfall. Now, this is a moving number at the moment, but it's the best number I have.
Okay, follow up.
Just follow up, Rob. So I see Cassia County is something over 400 per acre and Bingham County about 300 from a Blackfoot reach gains perspective. How's that set? There's no way to move, say, Bingham higher, or are those just long-term set?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Yeah. My end, there was some
Turn your mic on.
Didn't have my mic on. So I see cash is something over 400 per acre and Bingham, and I'm just using these as examples, about 300. From a reach gain perspective, I know that's not all that CREP's looking at, but it would be nice if Bingham was as high as Cassia, for instance. But how's that set and for how long?
These federal rental rates are set in Washington, D.C. by the program itself. We do not locally have much say in that. It is a concern in how it's set and how it matches with our local groundwater plans. And this is something that we should be looking into and pursuing in the future with our comments.
Yeah, Rob, follow up to that. What criteria do they use? Because I see like Fremont County and Jefferson County are much lower than the counties in the Magic Valley. Do they base it off of rental rates or what? Land value, or what are they using? Because it doesn't look true up, at least the way I look at it.
I can only give you a partial answer to that question. I know rental rates and land values are part of the overall equation for this, and as well as the hydrology of the area. But I have not ever seen the exact formula that they use for this determination. So that's about the best I could do for an answer.
Okay, thank you. Dean.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that just a little bit. I think some of those rates are developed by FSA. There's not any input we have on this side, but I think some of those are developed from when FSA does rental surveys. And most farmers throw them in the garbage.
Yeah.
And so if they don't report, they don't get those numbers up. So, but.
Mr. Chairman. Rob,
Go ahead.
These
Dale.
contracts are for 10 years.
Turn your mic on.
These contracts are for 10 years.
Yes, the
Can you
original,
Go ahead.
yes, the original contract and signed in 2006 went for a 15-year period. Since then, we have signed a new contract, the revised agreement in 2021, and these contracts go for a 10-year period.
What requirements are there for maintenance by the landowner?
Basically, your requirement is to maintain the stand of grasses and legumes that are planted in there on your conservation plan. We do not want it to turn into a weed patch. We want it to excel with the planted species that we've put in.
Do they clip it or anything? Just to,
Yes, we can do a clip. We could do a light harrow. We've done low intensity burns. We've had operators do different types of spraying. There's a lot of different options and stuff for doing maintenance on these contracts to help promote the stand.
okay, the landowner is responsible for that.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Rob, this is Dean Stevenson here. So not necessarily the landowner, but whoever the contract's name is. And that brings up another question. Do we still have to have a contract if the operator takes does the contract? Do we still have to have a lease in place for the same number of years as the contract?
Yeah, it definitely makes things a lot easier. Yes.
Okay. Brian.
Just one real quick one, Rob, Mr. Chairman, Rob. So if the state decided that they wanted to increase the contribution, they could do that without having to change the federal rules or anything.
If the state was to increase the match participation, is that what you mean?
Yes.
I think they would have to go in there and make an amendment to the revised agreement, but I don't see any difficulty with doing that from my communication with the FSA people in DC.
I'm just looking at the cost of recharge compared to the cost of not taking the water out to start with. And that was the reason for the question, but thank you, Rob.
Sure.
Miss Joanne.
This is Joanne, Cole-Hansen, board member Cole-Hansen.
Microphone, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. How are the water rights associated with the land tract, the savings of those water rights?
The savings of those water rights are tracked by the Department of Water Resources as part of the authorization not to divert, the contract between the state and the participants in the program. And that is all set up through Department of Water Resources and in the initial offer process. And it just affects the land, the water rights for the land that are offered for the CREP program.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Rob. We appreciate your efforts, and the CREP program is making a significant contribution to stabilizing the ESBA, and we need to continue it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
One comment, one more. One of the things I think that keeps more acres from going in is the payment limit, and that's a federal number. But the payment
Yes.
limit, I've talked to guys, and so they could put more in, but they hit the federal payment limit. the higher the rents go, the faster.
And that's $50,000.
$50,000 per entity, according to FSA rules. So it'd require, to open that up to a greater number would require action from the feds.
Yes.
That's one of the
Okay.
issues in the higher rent counties. Is you can
One
max
thing I
out.
would point out is the match made by the state of Idaho does not count as part of the $50,000 participant cap in this process.
Okay, follow up to that, Rob. Were those numbers that you showed on the map of what was paid in the various counties, was that the federal amount or was that the total amount per acre with the state contribution?
I actually had both numbers on there. It had the federal number and below it the state number. So in particular, Bingham was $262 per acre, and the state match would have been $34.06.
Okay, thank you.
So, just so everybody's aware, you have those slides in a printed handout here.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you.
Go enlist some more contracts.
Tomorrow.
Sounds like
Are trying.
tomorrow's the drop dead date, but see what you can do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, how are we doing? We okay?
If we could take a quick break, then we can, turn on the big screen behind us here.
Oh,
So that Dean and Al don't have to turn around and look at the screen behind them.
okay. All right, then let's take 5-7 minutes. Okay.
I've also
We're on
been reminded that with the fans we have on in the room,
Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. We've resolved our technical issue with the big screen. Allegedly.
It'll be turned on.
Okay, all right, Mr. Patton.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next we'll move into rental pool procedures. David Graybill will be on by Zoom. David is the new water supply coordinator, water supply bank program coordinator. Before taking that position, he worked with the water masters in the Salmon River Basin. So he's actually still located in Salmon as of today. So he'll be giving you the update or the leading the discussion on the rental pool procedures.
Okay, welcome, David. Glad to have you here to walk us through the changes to these two sets of procedures. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Raybould. Thank you for having me.
Okay, David, I'm going to interrupt you. We got our volume up sky high there.
Okay.
If you could make it just a touch closer to your mic, that seemed to help with the last presenter.
Okay.
We've got some HVAC issues here in the building today. And so we've got some fans running, circulating the air. So we got a little background noise here. So anything you could do to help us out, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, just, is this better? Can you guys
Oh,
hear me?
that's much better. Yeah.
Okay, I just have this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll try to talk into it. I'll start again. Good morning, Chairman Raybould.
You're probably going to have to hold that up just to deal with.
Okay. All right, my minutes. What about right there?
If you're talking right into it, yeah.
Okay,
There you go.
well,
Perfect.
I'll
Thank you.
hold it right there. Okay. All right. Well, good morning, Chairman Raybould. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys today. Front of the board. Good morning, board members. Okay, so today I want to introduce some changes in rental pool procedures. They're relatively minor, but we'll go over them. I'll go over them anyway. So the first thing I want to show you here is a memo for the Boise River rental pool procedures. This is the first rental pool that there are changes, and the other is the Payette River Basin rental pool. So this is a memo that I wrote to the director summarizing the changes in the rental pool procedures for his review. I will be introducing resolutions to tomorrow's meeting, and the director will be making a recommendation for approval based on this memo. I also have the red line of the procedures available if you want to look at them. May not be necessary. So the first change to the rental pool procedures, they just changed, they added additional language that clarifies a single point of diversion that must be identified in the rental pool application. The second, which is the most significant change, is additional language that allows contractors to request an earlier payout once the full fee amount has been received, and establishes after the rental pool assignment form is signed and funds are delivered to the entity, no further reimbursements can be issued due to changes in the rental pool assignment contract. So I think there were some changes, and they were going back and changes to the contract, and they were requesting more funds or different funds, and it was getting complicated. So they're trying to simplify that procedure. So that's all that I have in the memo for the Boise River Basin rental pool. As the Payette River rental.
Okay, maybe David, while we're focusing on Water District 63's procedures, board members, do you have any questions on the changes in 63? Okay, I think we're good. I just thought it'd be
Okay.
better to take them one at
Yeah,
a time.
absolutely not.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Daniel's on the
Thank you,
line,
Chair.
or we can ask for his comment.
Oh, okay.
Daniel.
Daniel, did you have any comments or anything you wanted to advise the board on, about your procedures?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think David explained it. Really, these aren't, I wouldn't clarify them as changes. These are just clarifications of procedures we already do. The single point of diversion and the payouts. So really it's just simplifying our procedures and making them, like David said, just easier to understand and make them clear. But yeah, that was pretty much it. Nothing's really changing on our end. This is just putting it on paper, kind of making it easier for everybody to understand. So.
Okay, all right. I think we're good on this end. Thank you, Daniel. And David, I think we can move on to Basin 65 now,
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
or District
Raybould.
65.
Thank you, Daniel, for adding in there. So yeah, this is a memo that I wrote to the director summarizing changes to the Payette River Basin rental pool procedures. These are also pretty minor changes. The first one adds additional language that specifies the deadline for lease submittal is for those that are in basin. This change was also made on the lease agreement form. Again, I think this is just a clarifying language. And the other is a pretty minor spelling error. And I stand for any questions or comments regarding this memo or these procedures.
Oh, okay. First, board members, any questions for David? And then Neil, if you'd like to come up, if you have any comments. We have Neil Shippey from Water District 65.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Yeah, pretty minor change there. We added a cutoff date in those private agreements. We're fairly new to private agreements in our basin, and so we implemented them and then realized that the in-basin needed to be figured out. You know, we need to have a deadline on there so that those that were choosing, if they had extra rent storage that they could rent for flow log purposes, then they needed to know how much in-basin was taken care of. Because our members, our space holders always try to take care of our in-basin people first, and then if they have additional, then it goes into the flow log program. And so, but what we didn't specify was that deadline was for the in-basin private agreements. And so then it kind of had a cutoff for the, if there was any outside, to another basin, type of an exchange private agreement. And so that was just a little clarification there. And then, so, and it wasn't recommended that maybe we add a deadline for that, the outside basin private agreements, but really, I think we're kind of limited by like the Bureau of Reclamation, who would be the one to facilitate that exchange with uncontracted space in another basin. And so we're kind of limited by that anyways, when their time is up and they no longer are looking for flow log water. And so we didn't end up putting a deadline on the out basin exchanges. And so, and then if they want to work on private agreements, maybe for the following year, then they can do that also. So that's about all.
Okay, board members, any questions for Neil? Dean.
Sure. Neil, do you have any last to fill provisions if you have an out of basin rentals?
Yes, we do. Yes, and we also have second to fill in the basin rentals. And so there are consequences for not using your space on your own land. Your own water.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, David. I think we'll be taking up approval of these two sets of procedures tomorrow in our board meeting.
Correct.
And in a historic first, Water District 01 made no changes to their procedures. And so their procedures that we have approved will remain in effect for another year. My bet is they won't go 2 years in a row.
Is this the first time ever?
It's been quite some time. We've gone with previous year's procedures because there was a problem with the changes they made in the current year proposal, but no, everything's humming over in '01. Next up, water supply update or lack thereof of water supply. David, good morning, David Hokema. Welcome to this work session of the board meeting. Glad to have you here and help get us caught up on where we're at as of right now. Appreciate your timely reports during the snow season, and we'll do our best not to shoot the messenger.
We want this to be snow season. And David's been getting somewhat famous with his, online reports, that the water users have been putting out weekly. So.
Yeah. So Chairman Raybould and members of the board, I'm happy to present water supply to you, not because the news is good, but because it's an important subject. And we need to keep abreast of what's going on. My presentation is not sharing. There are some changes to this presentation. We added a few more slides for Swan Falls, and it was updated yesterday, so I'm not sure whether or not that will show up on your screens. But the slides are the same. It's the ones I'm presenting here are updated as of yesterday. And we were having some technical difficulties, so hang in there.
And David, if we could just remind you to speak up a little bit because of the fans when you present. No.
Okay. I don't think it's saved on there.
Take your jacket off. You did.
Oh, it's saved on that one.
Expect all the jackets to be off by the end of the day. Must be the day for technical difficulties.
We're making progress. I got a presenter.
Technical difficulties. So.
Maybe there's a message in that.
There we go.
So I'll need to tell you to forward. Oh. Okay. So, Chairman Raybould and members of the board, we'll start over again here. So I'm giving an update on the Idaho water supply in Idaho. This is the current drought map. And I do not think this map is at all reflective of the conditions we have in Idaho. This is the United States Drought Monitor, or of conditions across the Western United States. There's been a big conflict with the Drought Monitor and folks in the West in trying to present drought. We only have one drought author for the United States Drought Monitor in the Western United States. And they're located at the Desert Research Institute. And so they're having a hard time understanding how we can have normal precip and be in drought. So if you look at this slide, on your left is our snowpack, and on your right is our precipitation for the year. You'll notice the Upper Snake has somewhere around, I can't read it from here, but around 112% of normal precip. But their snowpack is down around in the 80s there. And if you look at the Spokane Basin, it's above 100% for precipitation for the water year, but the snowpack is above 50%. So there's a huge discrepancy between how much precip we've had and how much snow we have on the ground. And that's because we're really facing the warmest winter we've had since 1934. And we'll see if this water year breaks the record in 1934. So you'll notice the state has updated our snowpack map from previous years. The colors are all the same, but we've outlined the Snake River Basin in red, and then we put a pie chart on there that shows the amount of diversions derived from each of those headwater basins. The Snake and the Henry's Fork can really be combined together because some of those diversions on the Snake originate from the Henry's Fork, but it's hard to parse it out. But you can see our snowpack is already peaked, so this map won't be updated any further other than if there's some technical changes to the NRCS data. There is a small chance the Pend d'Oreille may go up with more precip coming into the state later, but I'm doubting it at this point. So we'll go on to the next graph. This is on the left, you see the snowpack across Idaho. It peaked on about March 17 and has begun to melt out. And that melt out has begun all the way up to 10,000, 11,000 feet at some snowtail sites, which is about 2 months ahead of when we typically see the high elevation snowpack beginning to melt. And you'll notice we're heading into territory where we've never been before as far as that white zone. This graph is from 1980 to the present. It's based on the Snowtail Index, which was started in the 80s. I mean, you can see it's going down into the white zone, which is, it hasn't been there since the 80s. And then the two similar years that I've shown here, there's actually 3 similar years, but I X'd one out. And that is 2015, 2001, and 1992. If you remember 2001 and 1992, those are the 2 worst years in recent memory as far as drought goes. They both initiated updates in the Idaho State Drought Plan. The difference this year is we do have a high elevation snowpack, which we didn't in those years. But we basically have almost no low elevation snow. It's about 0, and our mid elevation snow is mostly lacking across the state. So if you look at this graph on the left, what we have is across the top are percentiles. If you're at the 50th percentile, that means you're the median. If you're at the 100% percentile, that means you're setting a record high. And if you're at 0, that means you're setting a record low. And if you look at precip, we started off with a pretty wet October. We would call that, according to the drought monitor, moderately pluvial, pluvial being the opposite of drought. And then November was drier than normal. December was severely pluvial. That's when we had a large atmospheric river event come in. Spike stream flow all over the state. And then we had a drier than moderately dry January and a fairly normal February. And March, the March date is coming in, and I can't recall exactly where we are in March. If you look at the normal precipitation pattern on the bar chart in blue, that's for the period of record, that's the median. And then you can see with the orange bars, the departure from median this year. And so it averages out to a pretty normal year, but mainly because of those atmospheric river events we had in December. If you look at temperature, this is the same graph, but the colors are swapped. Red means you're really warm. And you'll notice that we're at the exceptionally warm level for December and January, and then severely warm for our November and December were exceptionally warm. December or January was severely warm and February was warmer than normal. Only October has been in the normal range. Then if you look at the chart on the left, it's a bar chart. It shows the annual average temperature in Idaho. That includes daytime, nighttime, winter, summer, the average annual temperature. And you'll notice that 1934 stands out starkly. The average temperature that year was 47 degrees Fahrenheit. And the only year that came close, about a degree less, was 2015. 2025 is the last water year shown there. And that's right around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. And then, or probably, yeah, right around 45. And then 1940 is right around 46. So 2015 is the closest we've been, but that's almost a degree cooler. And then if you look at 1934, those record temperatures were set by wintertime conditions. We did not get much precipitation across the United States in 1934 or in Idaho. But this year we have normal precipitation, but those same really warm temperatures through the winter. You'll notice March is left blank in blue because that's kind of the projected temperature for March. And then the blue bars represent the average of the last 5 years. And that black line represents the period of record since the early 1900s. And so green there is this year and orange is 1934. And you can see we're just competing right with 1934. April will probably be closer to 1934 than the period of record. But we'll see how that plays out. Anyways, this water year is right on par to break the record of 1934, and it's matching that really warm winter. Unfortunately, we don't have much SNOTEL data, or we have no SNOTEL data or snow course data from 1934 because that was the year that initiated the snow program across the Western United States through Congress. They initiated the snow survey. So here are all the SNOTEL sites across the West. Amazingly, according to the Drought Monitor, Oregon is not facing extreme drought or exceptional drought because you can see almost all their SNOTEL sites are in red, which indicates pretty significant drought levels. And if you see zeros on that, that indicates a record low. And you'll see Oregon is just dotted with zeros. If you look down in the Hawaii's, it's the lowest snowpack we've ever seen down there. But you do see some blues and which are pluvial, and kind of greens and yellows, which are fairly normal snowpack in the central mountains of Idaho, kind of in the Yellowstone Teton region, and in western Montana. So if we look at, sorry, how do I go backward? Oh, I'm flying through here. Okay, so if we look at SNOTEL below 7,000 feet, and the picture here is Morse Creek Summit, that's one of these, what we would call mid-elevation SNOTEL sites. You'll notice they're almost all in the reds, a few oranges. And this is on March 18. This is when the snowpack peaked and has begun to melt out even up into the high elevations. And you'll notice just everything is very dry except in western Montana, which is a little cooler. And then if you look at everything above 7,000 feet, you'll see the SNOTEL looks excellent. And so those basins that have a high elevation snowpack, which aren't very many in Idaho, the Upper Snake, the Big Wood, Big Lost, Little Lost, those basins have, some decent snowpack. The rest of the state is struggling. You'll notice to the south, we have a lot of high elevation SNOTEL sites, and they're not doing well, and that's because they lack precipitation. If you look at the snow course data, these are manual measurements that have been made starting in the 1940s in Idaho and continuing to the present. This network is almost the same size as the SNOTEL network. And the good thing about this network is it's been measured the same way for the last 80 years. And so it's a very consistent record. And you can find this data on the NRCS website by doing monthly snow data, and then it will include the snow tell and the snow course data. The pictures on the left indicate how those measurements are made. You have some NRCS staff on the top putting the monitoring device down through the snow, and then you've got below it Ron Abramovich weighing out the federal sampler to get the weight of the snow to calculate density. This method of calculating this snowpack was started by James Church. He was a liberal arts professor at the University of Reno in the 1920s, and he developed this method of measuring snow to predict runoff. So this is the snow courses above 7,000 feet, and they follow a very similar pattern, except in eastern Idaho. You'll notice there's quite a few red ones there that you won't catch if you are looking just at the SNOTEL data. So these snow cores are important, especially if you're looking at a mid-elevation basin like the Boise Basin, because they help lower down what we're seeing in the SNOTEL index. Pretty much all of the SNOTEL indices this year, because of that push of the elevation of the snow. Typically, our snowpack starts at around 4,000 to 5,000 feet, a little lower in northern Idaho. It's been pushed up to roughly 6,500 feet is where the snowpack is starting this year. And so the SNOTEL as a statistical record is assuming that you have a regular snowpack. And this year we definitely do not have a regular snowpack. And that's why when you're looking at those indices, they're over predicting the snowpack for this year. This is what the snowpack currently looks like according to NOAA. If you look down in southern Idaho, it's like, where's the snow along the Nevada Idaho border? And if you look at Oregon, you can see it's horrendous. They have pretty much nothing. You do see we have a pretty high, we still have the high elevation snowpack there, but very little as you're looking at the Boise front. And yeah, just anywhere you have low elevation. There's a little more snow in this graph. It appears in northern Idaho because this came right after the recent atmospheric river swept across northern Idaho. And so the snowpack there looks a little better than it was for most of the year. If you look at last year, the snowpack and you look at southern Idaho, and we'll just alternate between these years, you can really see just the extreme lack of that low elevation and mid elevation snowpack. We've done some work with M3, both the NRCS and the Idaho Department of Water Resources through the board. And this is M3's graph of snowpack in the Boise Basin. Anything in, you'll notice the scale there is below the median of record, all the way down to negative 14 inches, which if you go up Morris Creek, you'll see there's a big zone where we're missing 14 inches of SWE. Or you go over to the Trinity Mountains, again, we're missing a huge chunk of SWE. The only place you see above normal where it's blue is right in that high elevation. And so the Boise Basin doesn't have a lot of high elevation, and this graph really emphasizes it. We, in the Boise Basin, rely on our mid-elevation and low-elevation snowpack to fill the reservoirs. If you look at the graph on the right, it has elevation going down the vertical axis, which is on the right side. And you'll notice the blue line through the middle of the green area, that represents a median snowpack in the Boise Basin. So our typical snowpack goes from about 5,000 feet to 9,000 feet, incorporates the vast bulk of our snowpack. And we, at 6,000 feet is where we have the most snow. And on the bottom axis, that's 1,000 acre feet. So the most of our snow for any elevation is right there at 6,000 feet. So when the snow line doesn't even start until around 6,500 acre feet, we're missing a huge chunk of our snowpack. So the black line there represents the current snowpack. Everywhere below 7,000 feet, we're setting record low snowpack. You'll notice around 6,000 acre feet, the snowpack ceases, and we don't hit a normal snowpack till right around 9,000 acre feet. And 9,000 acre feet is typically, I mean, below that is where most of our snowpack in the Boise Basin holds. So if you look at the snow tell index, if you add in the snow courses, it takes the median from 70% down to 57% because those snow courses include more low elevation, mid elevation snowpack. So it gives you a more accurate representation. So where we just have the snow tell, it's over predicting. And this is where that snow course data is so important to go out and manually measure that snow. And then in iSnowball, which M3 developed, they're looking, it's a similar graph, but what it's showing instead of inches of SWE on the vertical axis, it's showing thousands of acre feet. And then across the bottom, I believe across the bottom is the date, and it's the same dates. They have it in numbers instead of months, which is unfortunate, but it's the same as the months on there. So when you look at that, what you'll see is the snowtail index indicates that after the January dry spell, we've had a few storms that have stepped up the snowpack. Whereas if you look at this graph that's looking at snowpack across the entire basin at 100-meter scale, grid scale, the snowpack began to melt in January, and then these little stair steps have been followed by melt off, which is typically what we see is that the low elevation snow, when you have a snowstorm, melts off pretty quickly, and the high elevation snow stays. And so we really haven't seen much gain at all in snowpack. And we're now, according to M3, setting a record low snowpack in the Boise Basin. And this is from, this isn't up to date. This was from last week, and I'm sure those numbers have fallen even further since. Snow melt has really taken off since this came right around March 12. And March 18 is when the snow began to really melt. So I'd hate to see what this graph looks like if it was from today. How can they validate their model? They have to go to the snowtail record. And what we can see is their model is following the snowtail. They're not using this to, they use this to establish. They don't calibrate to this data, but they do check the snowtail data, and if they're missing something, they go back and they correct the inputs into the model to make sure the model is making sense with what they're seeing. But they don't do any work to, per se, calibrate to this data. But you can see their model is very closely tracking the snowtail. There's a few areas where the snowtail and their model are off, but that's fairly consistent in those sites. Everywhere else, it's pretty consistent. And you can see the validation graph. It's a one-to-one relationship. It tends to be a little lower in the model than in the snowtail record, and that's because the snowtail sites are positioned to hold snow as long as possible, because you can't have any statistics once you get to zero. So the snowtail sites are designed to be in locations where the snow will last as long as possible. And the model is looking at everything melting out in on all faces, south face, north face, all aspects. So if you look at the upper snake, and this data, it's not showing the full graph here. It has a preliminary on the bottom of it because this is the first year Mark has run the upper snake. So he's just warning you to take this with a grain of salt. They've been working in the Boise Basin a long time. They have a lot of confidence there. But this is what we're seeing for snowpack in the upper snake. Again, around 9,000 feet, we merged to having a fairly normal snowpack. And we're less than that until we get to about 6,000 feet where snowpack ceases. But you'll notice 6,000 feet is pretty much where the basin begins. So this basin is much higher. It doesn't go down to -14 inches like we did in the Boise Basin. It goes down to around -6, I believe. And so we're missing snow, but we're not missing as much snow as we would in a typical year. And so when you look at the SNOTEL record and the ice snowball, there's a difference there, but it's not as dramatic because this is a high elevation basin. And so really, if you look at Idaho, and I asked the GIS section here to produce some data for me so I can make these pie charts to show the elevation across Idaho of various basins. So blue is the low elevation snowpack, that is all the snowpack below 6,000 feet. Red is the amount of land where that low elevation snowpack is. So it's a fraction of the size of the basin. And then the red is the mid elevation snowpack between 6,000 and 8,000 feet. And the green is the high elevation snowpack. So in northern Idaho, we have a very low elevation. Northern Idaho is relatively low elevation compared to southern Idaho. In the Kootenai Basin, which includes Canada, 79% of that basin is low elevation, 19% is mid elevation, and only 1.5% is high elevation. So northern Idaho has been severely impacted by rain coming in instead of snow this year. If you look at the Spokane Basin, 99% of it basically is low elevation. And so they basically had no snow until this last atmospheric river came in. The Pend Oreille Basin is pretty similar to the Kootenai, and the Priest is again 97% low elevation, 3% mid, and no high elevation no high elevation zone in that basin. If you come further south, if you look at the Clearwater, it's mostly low elevation with a small portion mid, but then the Salmon River Basin is a much higher elevation basin. Only 31% is below 6,000 feet. 52% is in the mid elevation zone and 16% is high elevation. If you look at the Limhi, which is within that basin, it has an even higher proportion of the higher and mid elevation snowpack. And so its snowpack is generally slightly better than the Salmon Basin. And that's the trend we see everywhere. Wherever the numbers are higher, that indicates the basin is higher in elevation. The Big Lost is our highest elevation basin, and where the snowpack holds in that basin, it's almost all mid and high elevation. And I won't dig into these charts for sake of time, but really the conclusion is our similar years are 1992, 2001, and 2015. In 2015, we had a cooler spring. We had a warmer winter, but the temperatures this time of year were cooler. And so it really probably isn't a good representation of what to expect going forward, but 1991, 1992, 2001 are the years I would consider the most similar. Now, if you're looking at the Upper Snake, it's a little bit different because that is almost all high elevation. So they're doing better, and they will do better than they did in 1992 and 2001. That's our bright spot in the state as well as the Big Lost. This is one of the lowest snowpacks on record. It probably is the lowest. The SNOTEL sites are that record is based on an assumption of normal snowpack distribution, which we did not have this year. The high temperatures is what drove the snowpack up. And I think you can read through that. I think I've covered that fairly well. For sake of time, I'm going to go, I'd like to spend some time on that last part. Modeling the snowpack drastically improves forecasting. So especially if we continue to see temperatures climb, we may want to consider some adjustments to the SNOTEL system to maybe add more stations in lower elevation, even though it doesn't hold snow as long. To have that data is very valuable, especially in areas where we don't have an even distribution across the basin. And then of course, when you model it, you can look at satellite data, you can look at LiDAR data, and that drastically improves your prediction of snow and runoff if you know what the actual snowpack is. After that, we're going to cover here, these were just added, the Snake River at Murphy flows. So the background is the Swan Falls Agreement agreed to establish a minimum stream flow of 5,600 through the winter until March 31, and then 3,900 during the irrigation season from April 1 to October 31. Unfortunately, the irrigation season actually starts a little before that in Water District 2. The water rights come on before that. And then the 1984 agreement represents actual flow conditions. So we do a calculation called the adjusted average daily flow to take out Idaho Power's reservoir operations. And so the source of flow, of course, for the stream gauge at Murphy is the main source is the ESPA, the Snake Plain Aquifer, but tributaries, the Bruno tributary is a key factor in the springtime. If we look at this graph, which you can't see, I guess you can see better on these screens over here, you'll notice our adjusted average daily flow is coming right down to that 5,600 minimum stream flow. We still have 5 more days to go. If you look at the data that goes into that graph, on the 24th, we were at 56.55. That means we have 55 CFS above the minimum stream, flow. So our probability of going below that minimum is pretty high right now. And then if you look at, what happened? Okay, I guess that's all we have here. But if you look at the data going into this, we're also, if you look at the January forecast, which I don't have here, it shows we're going to be really close this winter to the minimum stream flow. And without, with the snowpack being lower than our predictions probably are based on, this May forecast will probably bring us really close, if not below that minimum stream flow this summer. So we're facing a pretty tight situation here with the Swan Falls minimum stream flow. The Bruno snowpack is about half melted out according to the SNOTEL index. And we're not seeing much increase in stream flow, even though we're seeing melt out to the beginning, all the way to the top of our high elevation snowpack at this point. With that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, board members, questions for David?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Al.
I'm going to ask a question that the Boise users are going to ask you. Is there any chance at all that Anderson will fill based upon that? Given what you just showed me, I would say 10%.
So I'll restate the question, Mr. Barker and members of the board, so those online can hear. The question is Anderson Ranch going to fill? The only way Anderson Ranch is going to fill, in my opinion, this year is if we have an extremely wet spring and temperatures cool off. And we'll see if that comes to fruition. We have a warm weekend ahead of us, which is going to continue to accelerate the snow melt. But then after that, they're predicting temperatures to come down to around normal for the next 2 weeks. And an atmospheric river probably to come up from California. So we'll have to see how April plays out. this is just a momentary situation, or if we just go into a more normal temperatures and wetter condition. We have been wet throughout this year, so that's positive. Hopefully, we continue to have a lot of storms coming off the Pacific. Springtime rain can make a huge difference in the forecast, and it would be enough to fill Anderson Ranch if we had a good wet spring. But because we need to kill at irrigation demand in order to get that reservoir filled. But irrigation demand, I think, is going to kick on pretty hard on April 1st. And we're going to need a lot of precipitation to slow that demand down. Any other questions?
Your questions? David, I have one. This new project of M3, the eyeball that they started in the Upper Snake, are they sharing that data with the Bureau of Reclamation?
We are in the water supply meetings. I don't know if they're directly talking outside of the water supply meetings. I'm not aware.
Because it would appear that this eyeball forecast is significantly different than what Snowtel's telling Reclamation, and there's a pretty important forecast coming up on April 1 regarding flow log and everything else, and it would be nice if Reclamation had as much information as possible as they develop what their April 1 forecast is going to be.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, one of the, of course, purposes of our water supply meetings is to bring everybody together. And so what we are seeing from the Northwest Forecast Center and the NRCS is they're indicating they're looking at their forecasts and they're adjusting them as low as they can based off their modeling concept, because everybody is getting this information and they're seeing that the forecasts, and I would caution, I think the forecasts are probably, unless of course it becomes wet, that if we continue on the dry and warm, they're going to over predict. But if we go into a wetter condition, we could see things change. So, I mean, there's always that balance, but I think everybody is looking and recognizes across Idaho that the snowpack is overrepresented. And so that's pretty well understood. But I'll reach out to Mark and let him know your comment.
Okay, appreciate that. Brian.
Just a question on your Swan Paulson. Maybe we were going to talk about that, but if we violate for say 3 days, what's the remedy, or is there?
We're going to get those helicopters with the firefighting buckets, and we're going to go down below Murphy and haul the water back up. We're going to talk about that tomorrow.
We have a plan?
Yeah, we have a plan. Bucket brigade. Okay, anything else? Thank you, David. We look forward to having you come back with news that we've had a wet spring in May, but
that's what I'm really hoping for.
We'll take what we get.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, IDWR modeling. What do we have there, Mr. Patton?
We have Ryan McCutcheon. I think this is the first time most of you have met Ryan. He's a project manager in our hydrology section and manages a lot of our contracts with USGS and others. And so Ryan is going to give you an update on a lot of the hydrologic investigation and modeling projects that are going on in a lot of the basins, like the Big Lost and the Portneuf and so on.
Okay, welcome, Ryan. Glad to have you on board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thanks for the kind introduction, Mr. Patton. Good morning, and thank you for having me today. As Brian said, my name is Ryan McCutcheon, and I am the project manager for the hydrology section here at IDWR. I work closely with Amy Steinke and Craig Tesh, who I know most of you are more familiar with and have presented here many times before. Today, I will be giving you an update on the hydrology section projects, specifically the projects that have been funded by the board through the secondary aquifer fund. And I'm hoping that at least a few of the updates on these projects will be more uplifting for you than David's presentation just was. No offense, David.
We promised that we wouldn't take any shots at the messenger, so.
I apologize. So I'm going to be discussing three main types of projects today. The first are basin characterization studies. Those are highlighted in blue on the map. The second are groundwater modeling projects, which are outlined in red. And the third are some additional, more focused projects, which are noted with the yellow star. The basin characterizations are primarily a mass data collection and analysis campaign to inform our groundwater models, as well as address administrative questions. The groundwater models that we're currently developing are the Big Loss groundwater flow model and the Western Snake Plain aquifer model. Those are being used primarily for planning and administration. And then the additional projects, we have 5 of those ongoing at the moment, are more focused work answering specific questions or collecting specific data. So I'll jump into the basin characterizations. So the Mountain Home project began in 2022 after Elmore County requested that we expand the Treasure Valley groundwater flow model to also cover the Mountain Home Plateau. So the purpose of this project is to collect necessary hydrologic data to develop a new groundwater flow model. This project is actually nearing completion. We're expecting to have it complete this fiscal year. And the project data and findings, since the project is nearly complete, are actually being used right now to inform development of the Western Snake Plain aquifer model, which I'll talk about later. A couple of data collection items to highlight from this project are that we conducted groundwater level synoptics, which are mass groundwater level measurement events in the spring and fall of 2023. We also drilled 5 new monitoring wells in the Mountain Home area and installed a new stream gauge on Rattlesnake Creek just here this month. On the analysis side of things, sorry, one second. We cooperated with the USGS to publish a hydrogeologic framework report. And then much more recently, in February of this year, we published a water budget report for the Mountain Home area. So this slide just highlights some of the field work that was completed for the project, as well as the reports that came out of the project on the right side of the slide. The groundwater level map that is shown is from the hydrogeologic framework report, and it was created using data from those groundwater level synoptics when IDWR and USGS collaboratively went out and collected a bunch of groundwater level data in the spring and fall. So the next basin characterization we're working on is in the Camas Prairie. This study started through a petition to the board by the Big Wood River Groundwater Management Advisory Committee as part of the term sheet. And it is scheduled to wrap up in fiscal year 2027. The purpose is to characterize the groundwater and surface water resources in the Camas portion of the Big Wood River groundwater management area. And so that involves collecting data to assist with assessing water issues. And the findings from the project will inform development of the Big Wood River groundwater management area plan. So a couple of data collection items to highlight from this project are that we drilled 5 new monitoring wells in the Camas Prairie. And we conducted groundwater level synoptics in the spring and fall of 2025, as well as measured stream flow from 2023 through 2025 at many sites in the Camas Prairie. On the analysis side, we have completed we have a hydrogeologic framework report that is expected to be completed by the end of 2026. And a water budget report that is expected to be completed by the end of 2027. And that water budget report is going to detail a water budget for both Magic Reservoir specifically and the entire Camas Prairie. So this slide highlights some of the field work that has been conducted for the Camas Prairie project. In the upper left, you can see a photo from a fact-finding geology field trip where IDWR staff went out with staff from the USGS, the Idaho Geological Survey, and Idaho State University to try and better understand the basin. The photo in the lower left is from an open house at the Fairfield Senior Community Center, and Amy Steimke was presenting a presentation there. And as you can see, we actually had a pretty good turnout for that open house. So folks in the community were interested in this study. The last basin characterization that's currently ongoing is in the Portneuf. And the purpose of this study is to characterize the groundwater and surface water resources in the Portneuf Basin. I just wanted to highlight that for this study, more of the data collection and the analyses are being conducted by IDWR staff specifically. That has been typical of most of these projects in the past, and that is something that we're proud of. For this project, we've collected contemporary data to assist with water issues specific to the Portneuf Basin, and the findings will inform the expansion of the ESBA area of common groundwater supply to include the Portneuf Basin. A couple data collection highlights for this project are that we installed 4 new stream gauges in the spring and summer of 2024. We performed 3 seepage studies in the fall of 2024 and the spring and fall of 2025. And then 3 groundwater level synoptics around the same time as those seepage studies, so we could understand what's going on with surface water and groundwater around the same time. We're also evaluating the potential to drill additional monitoring wells in the Portneuf Basin to fill some remaining data gaps. And this slide just highlights some of the field work that IDWR staff have conducted within the Portneuf Basin. The map in the center shows our groundwater level monitoring sites in the basin, as well as those 4 new stream gauges, which are highlighted with the purple stars. So now I'll move on to our groundwater modeling projects. First, I wanted to give a little history on the groundwater flow models that have already been published and can be used today. The first is the Spokane Valley Rathdrum Prairie groundwater model, which is in the north of the state. The second is the Wood River Valley model, which is adjacent to the ESPA. The third is the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer model. And the last is the recent Treasure Valley groundwater flow model. It's worth noting that both the Wood River Valley model and the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer model are being recalibrated by IDWR staff this year. The 2 groundwater flow models that we have in development right now are the Big Lost groundwater flow model, which is nearing completion, and the Western Snake Plain Aquifer model, which development on that is kind of just starting at this time. Those are both noted in yellow on the map. And it's also worth noting that the Western Snake Plain Aquifer model will supersede the Treasure Valley groundwater flow model upon completion in 2029. So zooming into the Big Lost groundwater flow model, the purpose of this is to inform water supply and management in the Big Lost Basin and Eastern Snake Plain. And so to do that, we're developing a transient numerical groundwater flow model of the Big Lost River Valley. And also running 2 modeling scenarios, evaluating the impacts of potential changes to the basin. And those modeling scenarios were selected by the MTAC at the MTAC meetings. The figure on the right of the slide shows the Big Lost Basin aquifer, which was used as the basis for defining the boundary of the Big Lost groundwater flow model. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the reports that produce the preliminary data and analyses that have been used to develop the Big Lost groundwater flow model. As you know, these models are impossible to produce without great data. So just wanted to highlight those. The timeline for completion of the Big Lost groundwater flow model, we're actually expecting a report for IDWR review to us from the USGS in March. So hopefully in the coming days, we'll see that and we'll get that reviewed. And then a final published report by December of 2026. And the figures on this slide just highlight some of the slides that were shared at the MTAC meetings during model development, as the intricacies of how this model would be developed and what purposes it would serve were being discussed. The last groundwater flow model that we're developing right now is the Western Snake Plain Aquifer model. And the purpose of this is to inform water supply planning and management in the Western Snake Plain. Some highlights of this project so far are that we're developing a transient numerical groundwater flow model, similar to what we did in the Big Lost. And we're going to run 2 modeling scenarios, again, similar to what we did in the Big Lost. It's kind of early going in this project, so we haven't selected those scenarios yet, but it seems very likely that one of them will be a recharge scenario in Elmore County. We also held MTACs in August of 2025. That one was at the Mountain Home Public Library, and another MTAC here at the state office in March 2026, where we discussed this model and its development. The figure on the right of the slide shows a preliminary boundary for the Western Snake Plain Aquifer model. As you can see, it includes the previous Treasure Valley groundwater flow model, as well as the Mountain Home area and the Mayfield area. And in fact, the Treasure Valley, Mayfield, and the Mountain Home area are all areas of refinement that will allow for finer scale groundwater analyses when the model is complete. And I just wanted to highlight some of the work that is going into developing this model. So I discussed the hydrogeologic framework and the water budget that came out of our Mountain Home project. And then there's also the work that was done for the Treasure Valley groundwater flow model that was completed in 2023, as well as some reports in the Mayfield area, including one by our very own Craig Tesh. Okay, and lastly, I'm going to discuss the additional more focused projects. So the first is the evapotranspiration ground truthing project. And this is a project that we're working with the University of Idaho on. The point of this is to improve the accuracy of evapotranspiration estimates in Idaho, which is important for us because ET on irrigated lands is the single largest outflow in the ESPA water budget. And not only that, but we've historically used metric ET data for our groundwater models, and we're realizing now that it's potentially overestimating ET. And so obviously having more accurate ET data will improve our modeling capabilities. The map on the right of the slide shows 3 red dots within the ESPA boundary. And these are the sites where we're measuring evapotranspiration on the ground as a part of this project. So the workflow for this project is that we're monitoring ET for a variety of crop types. And so far that has included alfalfa, beets, potatoes, and barley. And we're doing that using eddy covariance towers, which track the fluxes of atmospheric gases and energy to try to determine ET at the ground level. We're using the ground truth data from those eddy covariance towers to either recalibrate our metric ET to make it better, or to select the best open ET models for Idaho. Updates on the work completed for this project are that we've collected and processed data for the 2025 growing season, and that additional data collection is planned for 2026 and 2027. And the photo on the far right of the slide shows some of the instrumentation on one of the eddy covariance towers in an agricultural field. The next project is the Star Bridge project, which I know Kendra Kaiser touched on earlier, but I wanted to review it as well because it is a project that's paid for with board funds under the secondary aquifer fund. So we're working closely with IWRB on this project. The purpose is to reevaluate the boundary where groundwater is tributary to the Boise River upstream of Star Bridge. And you can see that boundary as it was developed in 2005 on the map on the right of this slide. So currently all non-domestic applications for consumptive use within this boundary are held without processing. And the boundary hasn't really been reevaluated since 2005. And as a lot of you know, a lot of things have changed in the Treasure Valley since 2005. So first, zooming into the map on this slide, this map shows the boundary extended upstream of Lucky Peak. And this map was created when the boundary was expanded for the administrative area and includes the granite bedrock area upstream of Lucky Peak. So the scope of work for the project is to reevaluate the conclusions of the 2005 memo that established the boundary in the first place, and to do so using contemporary data and tools, including the new Treasure Valley groundwater flow model that was published in 2023. At the end of the project, a new boundary will be proposed. Updates for this project are that we held a kickoff meeting with IWRB, and we developed a draft work plan to get this project done. The next project I'd like to highlight, which many of you are probably very familiar with, is the Kellstrom project. The purpose is to improve estimates of ESPA spring discharge between Milner Dam and King Hill. And so in the figure on the right of this slide, with the blue bars, you can see the spring discharge calculations, as well as the calculations of change in aquifer volume in the black line. And the point of this project is to aid development and evaluation of groundwater management plans in the ESPA. The scope of work is to collect discharge measurements at the springs on a quarterly basis and to assess the uncertainty of our spring discharge estimates, and then to develop updated regressions if necessary. And the photo here on the right is a photo of one of those springs. I believe it's Box Springs. The next additional project I'd like to highlight is the Mid-Stake Water Quality Monitoring Project. The purpose of this is to develop a macrophyte habitat suitability model within the Crystal Springs reach of the Snake River. So nutrient concentrations in the Snake have contributed to macrophyte growth that is widely considered to be a nuisance. And improving our understanding of the relationships between stream flow, water quality, and macrophyte growth should help resource managers to limit future growth. So the scope of work for this project is to map macrophytes within the Crystal Springs reach, and to also evaluate changes to stage, stream flow, and water quality within that same reach, and to use those data sets to develop a 2D hydraulic model that can take stream flow and then determine what the depth and velocity is at any area in the river within this reach, and then develop a macrophyte habitat suitability model, which says when the stream flow is at this level, these are the areas within this reach that are suitable to macrophyte growth and the areas that are not. And some of the results from that are highlighted in the figure in the lower right of this slide, where you can see the red areas are unsuitable for macrophyte growth and the blue areas are more suitable at this time. So updates for the project include that that annual macrophyte surveys have continued, and that the macrophyte habitat suitability model is now capable of predicting flow conditions that are unsuitable for macrophyte growth. as exemplified by that figure I just mentioned. We're expecting a draft report to be completed for this project by May of 2026, and then it will go into review. The last project that I'd like to highlight is the Palouse Basin Aquifer Monitoring Project. The purpose of this is to improve our understanding of the Grand Ronde Aquifer by drilling a new monitoring well in Moscow. So groundwater levels in the Grand Ronde have unfortunately been declining since at least the 1930s. And this will give us an opportunity to monitor the deeper system of the Grand Ronde Aquifer and expand our IDWR monitoring network. The figure just to the right of the text there shows kind of our estimated lithology for where we're planning on drilling in this well in Moscow. And then the figure to the right of that shows kind of our estimated potential extent of the lower aquifer, which is the Grand Ronde. And I say estimated for both of those because, as you can see, there aren't any monitoring wells super close to where we're planning on drilling this. So this should give us a lot of new information to work with when assessing the water resources in this area. And that's it. Anyone have any questions?
Okay, questions? Mark?
Thank you. When you did the evapotranspiration studies, you haven't included corn. I'm just concerned. I'm not concerned. I'm wondering why corn wasn't included.
Well, I don't think Phil Blankenau is here to ask. He's in the GIS section and he's leading that project. And I'm not sure, but I can ask him that question and get back to you if you like.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Dean.
Kind of on that same deal, where were those ET studies done?
They were done, there were 3 agricultural fields in the Eastern Snake Plain.
I think they were in my groundwater district, but
Go back to the map.
yeah, I think there's some of them were.
Were they in southern Idaho? They weren't in eastern Idaho?
Right.
Okay.
Slide 18.
Oh, it's further back.
Yeah.
And wouldn't corn have a similar ET to alfalfa? Maybe slightly less?
Be close. Or sugar beets can be close. Okay.
Does that help, Dean?
Yeah, I think I kind of know where that is. So.
Is that somewhat representative of the area?
No. One more question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So on you're doing the model for the WESPAM for the Mountain Home Plateau. Is that, how many layer model is that going to be?
I'm not sure that that's actually been determined yet. We're still in the early days of MTAC meetings for the model. So we've been having discussions with some of the modelers at the USGS about what it's going to look like. We had a little trouble getting that going because the USGS kind of spent some time off there for a little while, and then their lead modeler moved on and they haven't been able to backfill that. So we're actually leveraging a modeler from Arizona now to help us out with that project.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have an answer for you yet.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
And Mr. Chairman, Ryan, so the Milner to King Hill discharges, do you measure any of the south side discharges too? I know, Salmon Falls Creek and Rock Creek, but there used to be a number of other measurements on the south side.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm actually not sure about that, but I might grant the stage to Ethan Geisler to respond if that's all right.
Sure.
Yeah, Brian, Chairman. So the USGS they've had some meetings with us and they're taking into account our south side returns that the Idaho Department of Water Resources monitors, as well as the north side. That's part of their kind of analysis.
Now we kind of overlooked, follow up, Mr. Chairman, we kind of overlooked that south side, but typically I think it's over 1,000 CFS that returns from the south side. And I think our south side aquifer is getting into trouble also. I mean, the conversions to sprinkler irrigation, Twin Falls didn't have many when I started there in 2000, and probably 60 or 70% now. And And so it's going to have a pretty profound effect on Swan Falls, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They've taken into account that data and looked from Milner all the way down to King Hill on both the north and south side. So they're taking that into account.
Great.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Okay, thanks for the update on this important work. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Idaho Water Resource Board Grant Program Update.
Jerry Condon will give us an update on the status of the various grant programs that you have underway right now.
Hello, Mary. Glad to have you here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to be here. You're gonna.
Not that we don't trust your technological skills, but we're just,
They're putting me at a disadvantage. They have my notes because they have it on their side.
okay.
That's all right.
It should be, does it show on that screen then or not?
No, sir.
Oh,
I
okay.
see the same thing you do. That's okay. I've got this. So I am going to be covering the grants that we've done over the last year and beforehand. So currently the board administers four different grants, the aging infrastructure, flood management, groundwater surface water conversions, measuring and monitoring. And then as you're aware, the aging infrastructure and flood management grants both have dedicated appropriations. So since 2019, nearly $120 million has been awarded to 259 grant projects. And in FY 2026, the number of grants awarded represented nearly 1/3 of all the grants that you have awarded. 73 projects were ultimately funded. Additionally, board staff continue to manage existing contracts awarded under grant awards under other grants for as long as 4 years. Time spent assisting applicants, reviewing and scoring applications, drafting presentation materials, and developing contracts continues to grow for each contract manager assigned grant awards. So our current concerns, there's currently, I'm sorry, I'm reading my briefing memo. That's not up.
Oh, okay.
The mouse right there next to you. Also right there.
Right, my briefing memo is before the slideshow.
How does the slideshow compare to your notes?
I'm doing an introduction, but I can actually just go into the slideshow as well.
All right, whenever you're ready to proceed with your slides, if the mouse isn't working for you, I'm sure Mylene can advance the slides for you. I guess. If not, Wes is going to straighten it out.
So just the left button.
Okay, got it. All right.
Thank you, Wes.
So we're just going to cover your grants, the FY 24-26 grant awards, the grant schedule, and then we're just going to look at what our workflow hindrances are and suggest some criteria updates. This table right here just shows your four different grant programs: aging infrastructure, flood management, groundwater surface water, and measuring and monitoring. So total awarded for across all years is 259 grants, and the amount appropriated or budgeted is equal to 143 million. That's not the total awarded. That's just how much has been made available for this. And then active grant contracts as of the end of January was 51, and 90 of those awarded projects have been completed. So again, total awarded for all grants has been just under $120 million. This pie chart helps to show how much has been distributed and how much has been, how much is still remaining under committed, and then a recovered amount. So recovered amount is that those funds which were awarded but not ultimately spent because they were under budget or they relinquished their contracts. This one just breaks it down further by the four different grant types, starting with the top left is the aging infrastructure. So the highest amount of awards have been given to this program for the last several years. And then they also have the highest, the second highest distributed amount of 25 million. And then on the right side, flood management, that has the highest amount of distributed funds for their total grants awarded at 4.6 million. And then because our groundwater to surface water and our measuring and monitoring are within the last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of distribution. So another graph, tables for showing how many have been processed for each of the 4 grants. So on the left-hand side, aging infrastructure for the total of FY22 through 26. 54 contracts have not yet been set up. And then 28 of those have actually been completed. And flood management, those are pretty quick to turn over, and 62 have already been completed of the 88 awarded. And then again, our groundwater to surface water conversions and measuring and monitoring, those are pretty new, but we have had 2 completed projects under groundwater to surface water so far. So this is just showing the schedule that we have set up currently for awarding these. And this back screen doesn't show real well the color differences, but D on here is the due date for an application, and R represents when a resolution is typically set for that award. And this is broken down by task. So for flood management, just starting in the top left, flood management is due the first Friday in June, and tasks associated with every grant are the same: application consultation, staff review and ranking, the committee and board meeting, contract development, and then ongoing contract management and invoicing. So when we add additional grant rounds within a same year, we start having some overlap of different other grants that we're already trying to do some constant management with, developing contracts and so forth. Or if we come back with, we have questions that then push them forward, we start overlapping. This one shows exactly what happened in FY25 when we had 2 rounds of flood management and telemetry, measuring and monitoring on the bottom. The first round was the telemetry, which started in February of 25, and then you had a second measuring and monitoring in August. And then this just highlights where the bulk of the work is, where the overlapping is, where we're trying to score applications and also set up contracts from the previous rounds. And there was a lot of overflow of responsibilities and high priority items. So currently we have 6 full-time employees assigned to manage 153 active awards. 48 are active, and we still have 105 contracts to develop. This table here that breaks down the same tasks saw earlier, and I've assigned a minimum amount of time that is required to complete this task, and what we estimate the minimum amount of time that we spent for FY26 doing these tasks for all of the awards, sorry. So application consultation, somebody might call and that just takes about an hour or so. We estimate about 38 hours was spent consulting with applicants. Staff review and ranking takes a minimum of 45 minutes. And when we did the aging infrastructure grants, we had 44 applications. So we spent about 20 hours just looking at applications among 4 of us, which then turns into 80 hours spent looking at aging infrastructure. Contract management, this is our next highest amount of time. I put here 4 hours per task, or contract development, excuse me, 4 hours per task. This doesn't include what fiscal does or what legal does in their review of our contracts. This is us just reaching out to the awardee, trying to get their information, getting the scope of work and our materials over to the contracting, and then sending it out for signature. And that takes about 4 hours per award. We can estimate that 292 hours are spent doing that.
Again, Mary, that's each of the 6 individuals spent 292 hours.
This would be a total for all 6 individuals.
Oh, that's a total. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yeah, yeah. And it is minimum. So this is the minimum amount of time that we estimate has been spent on this. And I clicked forward before I went over the last one. Contract closeout, we estimate 25 hours, but closing out about 25 contracts last year. This doesn't include the amount of time for inspections. So if we actually went out where we were actually looking at these projects at the end of completion, we would have no less than 5 hours per project, because we're setting up that schedule, we're driving out there, we're talking with them, we're taking pictures, and then we're driving back and then we're writing up a report. So you can estimate no less than 5 hours for something that was very close by to look at. So some workflow efficiency hindrances that we've identified. Again, these are kind of in the order of operation for tasks for grants, grant application scoring. So we lack a lot of some of the knowledge that's needed for a proper evaluation case by case. Some of these are new. The criteria has been changing over time. We're trying to get that down. So that's kind of a hindrance for us as staff. We also need a way to return without scoring applications that are from ineligible entities or ineligible projects. So currently we have some ineligible that apply and we end up scoring them, but we don't recommend them. We just want to stop scoring those. Grant contract development. This takes a lot of time, mostly because we get a really slow response from sponsors. So we've awarded, they've seen the news release, but we are just unable to get the information we need to set up a contract. And then when we're setting up, this information can be hard to parse from the application because there's not a standardized way in which all of them apply for each of these grants. Grant management, one of the biggest issues that we see with this is improper invoicing. We have sponsors who are literally just sending pictures of receipts with no breakdown of their invoices. So we're trying to address that as well. And then our ability and evaluating in-kind work and reasonable expenditures, we're having a little difficulty in that. And then finally, for grant closeouts, we're not receiving the project completion certificates from some of these projects like a request, or we're not receiving a response from the sponsor to get the contract signed in order for it to start. Or they're never starting at all. They just don't respond to us to begin to start a contract. So this rolls into what it is that we are requesting. We're requesting to get some criteria updated so that we can better manage this workflow. We worked through the aging infrastructure, flood management, measuring, monitoring, and conversions. And all of these, we would like to standardize the criteria format and the grant program terms and conditions where possible. We have entities that are applying for multiple different types of grants. They should be able to look at these and know where that information is on how to meet that criteria. So we want to standardize that. Eligibility requirements. We want to require upfront additional information in the application to make the contracting phase more efficient. So again, we award them, we let them know, but then we're not hearing back. If we provided this contract information requirement with their application, we could get a lot of this information up front and it would be easier. And then applications not meeting eligibility, we just would like to add in there that a statement saying that if they don't meet the eligible entity or project, they'll be returned and not scored. Would also like to add an insurance requirement. This is something that gets caught up on our internal purchasing side, that either the sponsor needs to have this insurance or the contractor they hire. So we just want to put this disclaimer right up front that they have to have this insurance. Reducing response time requirements from 1 year to 90 days. Several of our grant criteria still say that they have a year to respond once notified that they've been awarded funds. It's a really long time to hold on to awarded funds and not receive a response. We'd really like to cut that down to 90 days across all of our grants. Clarified cost reimbursement process. So just telling the applicant up front how it is that we are going to do cost reimbursement, what that looks like, a little bit more detailed, and what to expect if they're awarded to get that set up. In-kind funding documentation. I did look at some other entities across the state that do grant programs, Parks and Rec, DQ, different entities. And I found some language for in-kind funding documentation that we as a grant team really liked to employ in our criteria across all of them so that the applicant knows what in-kind reimbursement might look like. And then finally, for all of them, we're just recommending a notice of iPro registration. That is a requirement for all vendors in LIMA to have that iPro. So we want to have that on the front end that they'll be requested for that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a quick question. So we have people who take the time to
Mhm.
apply for a grant.
Mhm.
It's a good enough project that it scores well and the grant's awarded. And then you're having trouble getting them to respond with the additional information that you need to put a contract in place.
Correct.
Is that a rare thing or is that a typical thing?
Mr. Chairman, again, we have some contracts that are, or we have some awards that are 2 or 3 years old that we have not received because under older criteria that they were awarded under, there wasn't a time limit. And so we've added time limits. It was in 1 year. So again, last year we awarded 73 and FY25, we awarded 73 and we still have 105 contracts that we didn't need to develop.
Okay, I find this baffling that somebody went to the time and effort to submit an application.
Mhm.
And then once they find out they've won the lottery, they got the golden ticket,
Mhm.
that they are not following through. I would be on the phone every day asking what I needed to get to you so that I could move forward with the project and receive the funding.
Right.
I'm baffled, as
Yes.
I'm sure staff is as well.
Right. And
We have, forfeiture grant provision if you don't.
Well, I think Mary's gonna come to that we narrow up that window and if we can't get the response, then I guess you try again. Yeah. Dean.
Mr. Chairman, having been through that process a little bit, I appreciate how you guys have worked with us, but no, I think one of the things that happens is they come in and they apply for the grant, they get the grant, and then they're looking for the rest of their money.
Mhm.
And then they just, it goes on forever because they can't find their money. So I agree with Alan, the chairman. I think we have to get some point, we say, look, you haven't come any closer to getting your money or anything else after so many years. Sorry, we gotta move on.
Right.
And so, I mean, they're looking for federal grants and that deal's kind of locked up right now. So I think we need to look at doing something that they've been sitting out there for that many years and not gone anywhere. We gotta move on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to disrupt the flow of your presentation, but
No, I
I'd
think
ask
that's
that
great.
question.
Thank you.
Dee, go ahead, Al.
Question. If you've got people who are not giving you the information you need to close out a contract, do we have a retainage policy that says we're not going to give you 10% or 20% of your final award until we got everything in?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Barker and Mr. Chairman. So on some of our criteria, it does have that language in there that there is a 10% holdback on most of these grants. The trick is knowing whether or not that's our last final invoice. And so we could reimburse at the 90% of the 50% and do that 10% holdback, but and we could adjust our way that we're doing some of our holdbacks, but a lot of times they never even let us know that they're done. They don't seek any additional reimbursement. So then it's following up with them. Are you complete with this project? Can you send us information?
Mr. Chairman, but if you withhold 10% on each draw
Right.
request, then You know, instead of waiting till the end, and not knowing if you're at the end. There's more incentive on the grantee to get you the information they need so they can get the final amounts paid.
Right.
I think that's a great idea, Al. I think we need to look at that, and maybe it could be kind of a rolling thing. You hold back 10%, but a lot of these projects are done on a shoestring. So we want to get the projects done. So maybe as we move through the process and they provide more information as to the percent completed they are, then we could release some of those holdbacks. But I think we hold back enough to make it worth their effort to help you close out the contract.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we'll want to make sure, as I work with the grant team, that we have that on all of the criteria for that 10% holdback. It sounds like that's agreeable to everybody, that should be in all the criteria.
Okay, we'll quit interrupting.
That's okay.
No, we won't.
So some more specific grant criteria updates that we're proposing. The first one, flood management. This is one of the most immediate needs that we need to update if we're going to update this criteria, because our next round is in June. So we would like to add municipalities and soil and water conservation districts to eligible entities. There is a statement from non-state dollars under matching funds that is not the same in other criteria. So whether you would like to keep that or remove it, we do have it struck out in our red line version. This is also one of the only ones that has a 30% in-kind and the 5% legal admin limitation. Previously, aging infrastructure had this, but that was struck in a previous year. And so we, in our red line, removed the 30% in-kind and 5% legal. But that doesn't have to be struck if you would not like it to. And then we also, in this criteria, it actually states the first day in June. We'd like to strike any mention of when the deadline is in a criteria. That way you have the availability to put out when it's due on your own on the website and advertise it. So for aging infrastructure, the next round for these is going to be tentatively in August. So we'd also like to add soil and water conservation districts to eligible entities. This one still has a 5% legal admin limitation, but no limit on in-kind that we were looking to strike. We're also looking, sorry, I'll back up right there. During the last time that we talked about aging infrastructure, we heard that you would like to find ways that we could have the applicant show how they are not impacting others through reductions in incidental reflow or recharge. And so currently the criteria just says that it'll be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And so for staff, we would like a little bit more direction on getting that information from the applicant. So we have some additional language in the red line that we've suggested that could definitely be crafted to help meet that need. Another one is adding a requirement to show how the seepage reduction, or excuse me, is taking the cost difference out and breaking it out differently in the application. So for example, we had some aging infrastructure that wanted to do some canal lining that was in a groundwater management area in the SPA. They also had some telemetry or some head gates. We'd like them to break out those two different pieces. So it's easier for us to say we could do partial funding based on this amount because it doesn't reduce incidental recharge. The next criteria is for groundwater to surface water conversions. Next round is also in August. This one is just a request that they include their groundwater rights that they're going to be converting to surface water in their application. It would just be helpful if we had a table of those groundwater rights. And then this is not my updated slide, so I apologize immediately. The Surface Water Coalition operational efficiencies, we would like to update the title and reduce, have this be specific only for the coalition and reduce eligible entities and projects only to the SWC. I think that was the intent of this. And because this is open all year, there's no due date. I feel like if you would like to implement this, this would be an immediate need. And with that, I could go through any red lines that you would like as well.
Okay, questions for Mary? I think the red lines were in our material as I gave a quick review to all that.
Mr. Chair.
Joanne, turn your mic on, please.
Thank you. So on the 90-day proposed limit, is that 90 days for response from the applicant? Or is that the contract needs to be done within 90 days?
Sorry, Ms. Cole-Hansen, Ms. Chairman. So that would be from the date that it is awarded to respond back to us with the information we've requested, not to sign a contract. The contract would be 60 days to sign from the time we present it. So they would have another 60 days after that.
And if I can follow up?
Yes.
Then what is the turnaround from the department side for their signature on the contract? Is it also another additional 60 days, or is it, you send the contract to the applicant, they have 60 days to sign it, get it through their board, get it passed, approved, send it back, and then what's the time frame on the department side for them to get a signature back on the contract so they can begin work? Is there a time frame there?
It's about a week. It's very, very quick to get that last signature.
Okay.
Depends how long it sits on my desk.
Yeah.
I didn't want to call you out, but that's true. It just requires his signature after they signed it, so.
Basically, you could consider the contract signed when it's delivered to the applicant or sponsor because it's been approved. It's gone through the entire approval process within the department. And it's really more of a formality. And I'm sure Brian execute those as quickly as he can, depending on the workload that's put on him by the director.
Or the chairman.
Yeah, don't leave out the chairman. Okay, I think we're doing a really good job. I guess the one thing I kind of thought about is I reviewed your materials is we've asked a lot of staff, and we've kind of been developing a lot of the criteria and doing a lot of the development of how we operate these grant processes on the fly. And I think we're getting to a point where we're maturing and we can get into more of a routine. I know we asked for some additional effort from staff to do multiple rounds of a couple of those a year ago, and want to thank the staff for accommodating the board's request to do that. From our end, we're getting lobbied constantly. Could you do this? Could you do that? Oh, I didn't meet the deadline. Could I get in? I see there's some money left. I'd really like a crack at it. And so we're probably going to continue to ask for additional effort, but don't be afraid to push back and tell us that you're maxed out, and we'll just have to slide stuff in when it's appropriate and staff has time.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything else on that? Dean?
I guess a follow-up. So on some of these that have been sitting out there for years and there's been no activity, what do we have to do to either force some activity or say, hey, it isn't here anymore? Do we need to look at cleaning up some of that backlog? I don't know, what do we have any options?
Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Chairman. So we did do an internal audit on our aging infrastructure and our flood management grants. Those are our oldest grants. Those are the ones that had some outstanding. And we made a lot of phone calls to follow up with people and let them know this is really lagging. It is getting better. We were able to close out quite a few contracts through that effort. And so we're now just within a couple of years, maybe 3 years might be our oldest one that isn't under contract. And I think it's under the aging infrastructure grants. But once we get into I think a couple more years, we'll be done with all of those that didn't have a time limit in their criteria. So now we'll have that ability to reject funds.
You know, I don't know. I'm gonna ask our attorney to perk up for just a minute. But I'm wondering if after we make these changes to the criteria, if in fact we do tomorrow, if we ought to write a letter to all of the applicants who are out there and tell them the criteria has changed and there's a 90-day window and the clock is ticking. And regardless of the status of the criteria when their grant was awarded, we expect some cooperation on the part of the applicants to get us the information that we need to clean up this backlog and see what kind of a response we get. And my attorney just gave us a thumbs up. So I think we need to push on these people and then expect a report back from staff at some not too distant future date, whether they responded or not. And if they still haven't responded, then maybe the board will have to take some additional action to determine what those dormant awards, what happens to them.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Then one item that Mary did not talk about is the regional water sustainability priority project process. Is that's intended to, address large, strategic needs and is not typically a process where people apply and they're ranked and scored through a traditional grant process. So we'd like to have some further discussions with board members about how to maybe modify that criteria moving forward as well.
Yeah, that's probably a very good idea. Okay. All right. Board members have anything else? Again, I just want to appreciate staff. I think you've done an excellent job working with a somewhat independent thinking board and accommodating all of our requests, as well as launching these programs that I think have been very beneficial to the water community. So thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir. And Justin and Neely have definitely held it above water while we were transitioning from losing some staff and bringing new staff in. So they deserve a lot of the kudos. They've held it up for a long time.
Okay, thanks to them as well. Joanne.
I'm sorry, Mary, I have one last question. Yes. One of the slides that you showed us was the timing of the grants. And I think being consistent every year is helpful for the water users community. But you had two of them that were in the same, they're the big grants, Aging Infrastructure and the Surface Water Coalition, that are in the same time. Is that anything you're reconsidering on moving one of them a little bit one way or the other way, so you're not?
Right, thank you, Ms. Cole-Hansen and Mr. Chairman. So, wait, I think those.
I'm going to help you out a little bit.
Yeah.
As a board, I think we kind of reverse engineered the application timeline and the development timeline and the award timeline to coincide with the construction season.
Yeah.
For these entities to actually go out and do the work. And if that's problematic, we could probably move one or the other up a little. But I think that's how we got to where we were with those.
And if I might offer, so one thing that I've been thinking about doing is putting out a survey for our applicants and our different awardees, and perhaps that's a question that we could ask is, when is it best for you to apply for these grants? And we could try to incorporate that in our timing as well.
Okay, does that answer your question, Joanne? Or not really?
Not really, but what I'm hearing is that you're fine with the schedule as it is.
Well, I don't think we need to ask staff to commit to that. If it would appear that we needed to move the application timeframe up a month or something on one or the other of those big project groups, we could probably consider that if you had a 30-day buffer between the two, if that would be helpful.
Right.
We just probably need to notify the water community that we're going to make that change as soon as possible.
Right, and I did not include that in my discussion because I wasn't for sure if the water conversion grants or the measuring and monitoring would be put out this year. That's something that hasn't been set yet that'll be set in the budget, I believe, for water management accounts. So currently, the funds that are associated with those two grants, those are already awarded. We would have to set aside more funds in order to do more awards for those two programs.
Okay. So that puts it back on the chairman of the finance committee, I believe.
I expect some information regarding the timing of these sometime in a future finance committee meeting.
Absolutely.
I can see where this could be a bottleneck for staff.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll let you sit down while we're all happy.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer Recharge update. Hey, we have Matt?
Yep.
Welcome, Matt. Matt Anders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're ready? Okay. I don't expect it to be very. Okay, my name is Matt Anders. I'm going to give you an update on the recharge program. So let's start with the 25-26 recharge season. So all the numbers I'm going to give you today are as of last Wednesday, which was the 18th of March. We actually turned off recharge on the 19th of March to fill the Milner pool to get it ready for the irrigation season. So the numbers will go up a little bit, but not much. We were already ramping down on the 18th. So what we have for a total this far this season is about 107,000, all of it in the lower valley at Milner. North side did 82,000, Twin Falls Canal Company 11, and Southwest Irrigation District just under 14,000. As of the 18th, we were already ramping down. We were at 200 CFS. So this figure shows how much we recharged based on how much was available. On the left is the recharge flow in CFS, dates along the bottom of days of the year. Two lines on this graph, the red line and the black line. Red line is how much was available at Milner, and the black line was how much of that available water did we recharge at Milner. Starting the season, those lines are on top of each other. From the beginning to December 1st, we recharged all the water available at Milner. Starting on December 1st, running to February 15th, we split the flow at Milner with Idaho Power due to the bypass agreement, and we split it 50-50 this year. Starting on the 16th until the 18th or 19th of March, we again diverted all the water at Milner that was available at Milner for recharge. So this figure here, I've shown you a few times. This is the recharge flow by year, so we can kind of get a feel for where we are compared to other years. Recharge volume is on the left. Just
Mr. Chairman, I
Brian.
came in 18th of February. When all the water went back to the recharge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Olmstead, you are correct. Thank you for the correction. It was actually the 16th of February.
I didn't want Idaho Power to get into any more trouble.
Thank you for the correction. So this is volume of recharge on the left, day of the year along the bottom, and then each one of these lines is a recharge season. So I've changed this graph since the last time you've seen it. Now the lines are not continuing all the way to the right side. So where they end indicate where recharge ended in that season. So we can see both the volume and when recharge was on in these years. The thick blue line is the 2026 season. And the green line has been our analogous year all along. They are very close until just the end there, and recharge turned off early in 2026 compared to 2025. So it looks like we won't make it to the 120, which what we've been forecasting up until this point, but we're going to get close. So now let's talk about the non-divert agreement at Milner. So this slide is a quick review of what that agreement is. It was signed this year, and it's for 5 years. That agreement outlines a recharge average, which is defined as the 15-year rolling average of recharge total by water year. Based on that recharge average, we're bypassing water at Milner. So if it's less than 250,000 acre feet, that recharge average per year, 100% of the water goes to the board for the entire winter recharge season. For greater than 250 and less than 350, we split it 50-50 for the December 1st to March 15th time period. If it's greater than 350, Idaho Water Resource Board gets 40%. Idaho Power gets 60% for the December through March 1st timeframe. And if things are going really well and we're above 355 for 3 consecutive years, again, we get 40% and Idaho Power gets 60%. But this time it's for pretty much the entire winter recharge season. So now let's look at how we implemented this for the 2026 recharge season. So the average from 2016 to 2025 is 251,000 acre feet. That puts us in line or row 2 of that table. So the bypass period is December 1st through February 15th. We split the flow 50-50. We were able to run the river pretty tight this year. And at the end, we each got about 37,000. So when I say each, the board and Idaho Power each got about 37,000 acre feet during the bypass period. Looking forward to where we're going to be next year, I've been using 120,000 as what I thought we were going to recharge this year. We're a little bit under that, but it still works for this estimate for next year. So for next year, for the average for the 2016 through 2026 period will be about 240,000 acre feet per year. That's going to move us back into row 1 of that table. So will be no bypass next year. All the water will be diverted for recharge. Taking that one step further, based on where we are and on that average, for the 2026 and 2027 recharge season, we're going to need to recharge about 380,000 acre feet to get back to the 250,000 per year. We've done that 3 years since 2016, so it is possible. We did it in 2018, we did it in 2020 and 2024. So it is within the kind of the reasonable expectation, but it's going to have to be a big water year because the reservoirs will likely be very low in the Snake for carryover. With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will stand for any questions.
Board members, any questions for Matt? Okay, Brian.
We don't ask much, but we need you to hit 600,000 next year.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Olmstead, we would love to do that, but it's going to have to be a big snowpack next year to hit anything.
Okay, anything's possible.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next up, we have a cloud seeding program.
Yes.
Update, Nick?
Nick Banish will give us that update.
Welcome, Nick. Glad to have you here with us today. Were it not for cloud seeding, we'd probably be in a worse situation than we currently are.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's nice to be with you on this Thursday morning. My name is Nick Banish. I'm the board's cloud seeding program manager. I'd like to provide a brief update on the cloud seeding program here for the last.
You're up, Nick.
Oh, good to go. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Nice, thanks.
Covering the first couple months of the year and just a brief update on a couple projects that we've been working on over the last couple months. So at our last session, you may recall that we talked a little bit about November and December operations data. And you may also recall me mentioning that cloud seeding operations were off to a slow start generally. And that was due to the fact that most of the state was experiencing less than ideal conditions for cloud seeding. And really the big picture is those types of conditions have persisted through the first couple months of 2026. Operationally speaking, however, we did see some improvement in activity for January and February. So before we jump into the tables and take a look at each basin's activity for the last couple months and compare those numbers to averages, I'll try to provide some context to some of the data that we'll see in just a moment. So for example, you'll see in the data tables some instances where generator runtime hours exceed the long-term average. And you may reasonably ask, given that it's not been the best year for cloud seeding, how is it that generator hours could be 1.5 times greater than what usually occurs on an average year? So I wanted to acknowledge my colleague Presta Davis and the meteorologists at Idaho Power who helped to provide some of this context I'm going to share with you. So I hope that it's amenable to your understanding of what happened in the last couple months. As it turns out, these increases in generator runtimes that we saw in January and February were largely due to 2 periods of active weather that were ideal for ground seeding. The first of those occurred from the 26th of December through the 10th of January, about 2 weeks. During this time, generators ran for extended periods to optimize the cloud seeding effect and to help improve the already below average snowpack. At this time, during those 2 weeks, although temperatures were especially cold, weather systems remained active. Cold temperatures at aircraft altitudes can often preclude airborne seeding because when these cold core storms exist at high altitudes, clouds can naturally seed themselves. That is to say, cold temperatures promote natural ice crystal formation, and as these ice crystals fall through the cloud layer, they scavenge this available supercooled liquid water that we're after for cloud seeding. However, during these same early January storm periods, temperatures near the land surface were typically slightly warmer than those at high altitude, allowing supercooled liquid water to continue to exist and to continue to allow for the viability of seeding by ground generators. So these opportunities were seeded extensively with ground generators and translate to these increased runtimes you'll see in the Boise, Wood, and Upper Snake Basin tables in just a moment. Just continue with the context a little bit here. For the remainder of January, opportunities were fairly limited due to mostly dry conditions that were the result of the presence of a persistent ridge of high pressure over the western U.S. The second big period of activity that we had at the beginning of 2026 occurred throughout the latter half of February, with temperatures again cold enough for effective cloud seeding. The gist of this context that I'm sharing with you right now is that during both active weather periods, operators sought to make optimal use of the opportunities available during an otherwise warm and suboptimal cloud seeding season. So I believe it was wise to take advantage of these occasions because for much of the rest of the winter, basins experienced conditions not incredibly favorable to ground-based cloud seeding. It was too warm, light wind flow, there were inversions, or there was a lack of supercooled liquid water. Okay, so let's get into each basin's activity. Very briefly here. Wow, that's incredibly small on these slides. For the Boise River Basin, we do see those increased generator runtimes for January, appreciable generator runtimes for February, generally low aircraft hours. Overall, cloud seeding operation days in the Boise were slightly above average for January and about 2/3 of average for February. For the Wood River Basin, above average generator runtimes were the case for January. And for February, these generator hours were roughly 75% of average. Aircraft hours in the Wood River Basin for January were slightly less than average. And during February, they were on track with what we'd expect based on the February averages. Overall, in the Wood, operational days for cloud seeding during January were about half of average and increased in February to be about 80% of average. Turning our attention to the Upper Snake River Basin, we again see those generator runtime hours that are about 1.5 times greater than the historical January average. Aircraft hours at about half of average, And overall cloud seeding operation days, you see there 66%, or about 2/3 of average. Sadly to note, during February in the Upper Snake River Basin, aircraft did not see any operational flights. So that came as a bit of a surprise to me, but given the context I provided, this was logical. And generators saw the brunt of the action in the Upper Snake during February, about 80% of average there. Our partners at the High Country Resource Conservation and Development District have also ran their fleet of ground generators, and their run times for the months of January and February are comparable to run times for those same months during the 24-25 season. The folks at High Country RC&D indicated to me that they received their financial support from the board, and they wanted to extend their thanks to the board for supporting their activities in the Upper Snake Basin. Okay, let's switch gears here and talk about the Bear River Basin and some operational data that we see out of the drone pilot program in our partnership with the state of Utah. Across January and February, drones flew just over 100 flights across 13 different operations. On a whole, since the inception of the program and the beginning of this season, the drone program has flown nearly 30 missions, consisting of nearly 400 flights, where they dispersed both dry powder silver iodide in addition to using flares to seed. This was kind of a paradigm shift for these folks. Flare use began on February 11th, and this occurred after the meteorologists and researchers at Rainmaker, that's the operator, they observed strong validation signals at their research facility in Pendleton, Oregon. So they then applied this technology to what's being used in the Bear. And I'm excited to share that within this pilot program, the operator Rainmaker were able to show several instances of an unambiguous seeding signature on weather radar. In other words, they tracked precipitation formation that was the result of seeding by drones. And that was a neat accomplishment. And it means that the combinations of technology they're employing are having a detectable and measurable impact on precipitation enhancement in this basin. So that's very cool. Just as a reminder, staff at the department have been busy refining the scope of work for the evaluation and validation effort that will be conducted by NCAR. And this is moving forward into the contract process soon. Finally, I wanted to provide an update on one last item, and that is the Clearwater River Basin feasibility study. This feasibility study mirrors those done in the past by NCAR for other basins within the state of Idaho, where the goal is to assess the potential for cloud seeding to augment snowpack and streamflow. Researchers at NCAR will conduct a detailed analysis to understand the cloud and precipitation characteristics in the Clearwater Mountains, and that will serve as a basis for determining if silver iodide could be used as a cost-effective water resource management tool in this region. So I'm just going to touch on 4 things that this feasibility study will accomplish. One, it's going to determine the characteristics of winter storms impacting the Clearwater Basin, which can then be used to inform a design study or the design of a program that would target this region, It will, 2, identify the frequency and characteristics of conditions in this target region that can be targeted with silver iodide, and that assesses the potential for both ground-based and airborne methods of cloud seeding. Thirdly, they're going to map areas with a high frequency of suitable conditions for cloud seeding, namely the presence of supercooled liquid water and the appropriate temperature regime. The second task within this scope of work is one that I think you may be more interested in hearing about, and that is to conduct a benefit analysis of the potential for this to augment stream flow in the Clearwater. So the purpose of this benefit analysis is to look at an assumed program design, given the outcome of this feasibility study. And then researchers are going to apply what they call a climatology-based fraction of suitable conditions and a range of precipitation enhancement impact percentages to generate a range of additional water that may be attributable to cloud seeding. That's a lot of jargon. I'm going to try to simplify it. Basically, they're going to use a record of the historical climate. So they can say, hey, we know what precipitation has been over a 40-year period in this basin. If we cloud seed in this area today, how will that change this precipitation regime? Most importantly, as a result of this effort, we will have an understanding of the potential volumes of water added to the basin from cloud seeding using those traditional means, ground seeding and aircraft. This scope of work was incorporated into a draft contract that is currently in development and should take about 1 month to complete. The cost for this project is approximately $175,000 that will be sourced from the secondary fund, cloud seeding reserve. That concludes my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, board members, questions for Nick?
Chairman.
Al?
Nick, on the Clearwater Basin, are we going to have a partner who's going to be able to do this study?
Sorry, Mr. Barker, could you repeat?
NCAR is being proposed for defunding in closing. So what's the ability of them to actually do the work that we're having them do?
Yes, sir. Mr. Barker, thank you for your question. Mr. Barker, Mr. Chair, the question, just to kind of restate it, was there's the potential for some hurdles for NCAR to cross here with the potential for them to be defunded. I don't think that is going to occur in a time frame that would preclude this study from being conducted. I don't have a great answer for you in terms of a time frame for what the outlook for NCAR may be, but I think it's reasonable to assert that this is a study that could be accomplished before that does occur.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. So what is the time frame for this study? If I might have missed that if you said it.
That's a great question. Mr. Barker, Mr. Chair, the time frame for this, I would estimate to be probably 12 months from contract execution.
You're good. Okay. Any other questions? Brian?
Just speculation maybe, Nick, but the Clearwaters and the Clearwater Mountains and the Clark Fork, I think, share the same high peaks there. Will the study estimate what additional potential would go to the Clark Fork?
That's a great question, Mr. Olmstead, Mr. Chairman. The question was, does the study look into the potential for what water may be routed into a Montana basin next door? We haven't identified that, sir, as an item in the scope of work, but I can certainly visit that concept with the folks from NCAR and report back to you.
Okay. All right. I think we're good. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, you bet.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'll skip the next item, administrative rules update, and move straight into the legislation of interest with Garrick Baxter.
You have my permission. Welcome, Garrick.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to be back before you. I smell the food, your lunch starting to waft in, so I'm going to try to move quickly. I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. Thank you, Justin. So I have handed out to you all a paper version of what's also showing up here on the screen, a summary of some of the legislation. You know, we titled this presentation, you know, proposed legislation. Now we're actually it's a misnomer now. We're talking about legislation that has come through and some still pending proposed legislation. So a little combination of things. So I've picked out what I think are some of the highlights of things that I would believe that the board would otherwise be interested in, and would be happy to fly through that with you. If you have any questions as I'm going along, please don't hesitate to stop me. Any questions before I get started, Mr. Chairman?
No, I just see you have a target date for signing die of March 27th. That may not happen.
That was set very early on in the legislative process. So
go ahead.
All right, let's start with House Bill 503. And this is an act related to the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. You know, Director Weaver has been before you guys telling you about the update process for bringing the Soil and Water Conservation Commission under the umbrella of IDWR. This first bill was really a housekeeping measure to allow that first step to take place and just clarify that, it was the first really procedural stop to make clear that yes, the Soil and Water Conservation Commission is going to be housed underneath the umbrella of IDWR instead of formerly the Department of Agriculture. That has made it through both entities and was signed by the governor. Next is House Bill 567. This is related to the Idaho code cleanup. You might recall that the legislature back in 2005 told the administrative agencies to go through and identify code statutes that are really out of date. IDWR undertook a significant effort to do that and identified 22 different sections of law that were out of date. Now, unfortunately, that bill got held up at general orders and then just was taken off general orders and referred back to the Resource Conservation Committee. The concern that was raised is that, as my understanding, is that one of the code sections that IDWR was seeking to eliminate related to the Columbia Interstate Compact, which you go, I've never heard of the Columbia River State Compact. That's because it's a very old compact that was negotiated between certain states that certain states didn't ratify. And then back in 1975, the legislature did away with the authority to formalize that compact. So this is a piece of code that had been on the books for a very long time. We were looking to get rid of. I think it was flagged as there would be a concern related to what you more likely hear more about, the Columbia River Treaty Compact. And I think there was concerns about, how do those two interplay, and is this really the right time to do away with this other compact provision? And so it's my understanding that the latest news is there is possibility for this bill to be revised to then move forward with those sections about or involving the Columbia Interstate Compact removed. So we still might have the opportunity to have the good work and the hard work that IDWR did this year to get rid of significant code sections recognized and go through this legislative session. We'll cross our fingers for that. Any questions with regards to that? Okay.
I think we're good. Unless somebody's waving their arms, I think you can just breeze through.
Sounds good. House Bill 669. I included this because I have received some questions about this. This was a broad bill that basically repealed all cloud seeding operations within the state. This was introduced as a personal bill and is being held and is not moving forward for this session. I included it just so everybody was aware that this one has been held, because I have received a lot of questions about what is the status of that particular bill. Let's move down to House Bill 676 related to geothermal water. This was a bill really advocated by the city of Boise, who operates a geothermal water system that heats including a number of buildings in downtown, including this building. They asked to have geothermal water resources be included in the type of water rights that could be authorized under a RAFN or reasonably anticipated future need water right. And why would they want to do that? You guys might recall that under a normal process, people have 5 years to be able to develop a water right, and maybe a possible extension up to 10 years. A RAFN allows them to ask for a much broader time frame associated with a water right. And so, as you can see, this bill has moved through the House and the Senate, signed by the governor. So we do anticipate at some point in time, the city of Boise will come forward and ask for a RAFN water right related to this the geothermal resource here in Boise. House Bill 737 relating to the Office of Species Conservation and Office of Mineral and Energy Resources. I included this one because I know these are two entities that the board sometimes does work with. Just wanted you to be aware that the merger of those two entities has made it through the House, Senate, the House and the Senate, and signed by the governor. And so the new name there, the Office of Species, Minerals and Energy Coordination. All right, now we get to kind of some of the stuff that relates more directly to the board. The things in this document that are highlighted yellow specifically outline tasks that are going to be required of the board and or board staff to undertake. And so first one is House Bill 789 related to the Coeur d'Alene River adjudication settlement that was reached between the Coeur d'Alene tribe and the state of Idaho. Now, in that legislation, it does ratify that settlement agreement, but importantly for the board, it authorizes the board to appoint a local rental committee to facilitate operation of the Coeur d'Alene Tribal Water Supply Bank for when they rent water outside of the reservation, but within the boundaries of the state of Idaho. So at some point in time, that will require some work on behalf of the board. That has passed the House and Senate and is currently on its way to the governor. I assume since he signed the settlement agreement, he will also sign the legislation. All right, now we'll just go through a couple of House memorials. First one relates to increased storage water in Idaho. That's number 14. Importantly, what this joint memorial states is that the legislature has a commitment to the long-term goal of creating 750,000 acre feet of new storage by the year 2100, and urges Congress to work with others to help achieve that goal. And as you might recall, joint memorials are not binding law, but are statements of what the Idaho legislature understands and would like to see happen. Let's jump next to the memorial number 18. This one also relates to cloud seeding. Urges Congress to prohibit and criminalize unauthorized geoengineering. Now, importantly for the board, geoengineering specifically excludes cloud seeding. So it does not include cloud seeding. So this one, it would, under all appearance, show that it does not affect the board's cloud seeding program. But I included it just because I think there's interest out there with regards to this one. It was adopted by a House vote, as you can see, 39 to 29, 2 absent, and it's on its way to the Senate. We'll look to see what the Senate does with that one. Jumping next to concurrent resolution 34. So this one relates to the Bear River Compact. Importantly, it reaffirms the state's primary allocation of the Bear River Compact of 125,000 acre feet, but it has some specific activities directed to the board that they'd like to have the board undertake, specifically starting with 2 legislative reports. First one due 6/1 of 26, and you'll see there that it has they'd like to see a description of the current developments of the compact allocations for Idaho and Utah. How are we doing towards achieving that 125? Where are we at with regards to achieving that 125,000 acre feet? The frequency and the timing of supplies that are available for development. So really, what is the possibility for Idaho to be able to development? Is the water there for development? That's similar to the next bullet there, preliminary opportunities to do further development. The second report, due 9/30 of 26, shall include recommended projects for further development of Idaho's compact allocation and outline the necessary steps for the board, IDWR, and the legislature to secure the funding associated with those projects. There's a few other little items tacked on there. The legislature asked the board to prioritize and expedite feasibility studies on water projects in those legislative reports, and then allocate funds from the fiscal year 2027 $30 million transfer to the water management account to support those reports and any legislation pursuant to those reports' findings. And finally, they are asking that the board confer with the House and Senate leadership before entering into any agreement regarding the use and the management of Bear River or Bear Lake with any power utility or the states of Wyoming or Utah. So again, highlighted in yellow, so puts in particular steps that the board and board staff should be keeping an eye out on for. All right, that next gets us to Senate Bill 122. So I'm on page 4 of 7. Senate Bill 122 is one I've talked to you guys quite a bit about. It's the domestic water rights. There was identified the need to do a little cleanup related to the domestic water rights to modify the definition of subdivision and clarify that how that applies to future projects after a certain date. That bill did move past the House and the Senate and was signed by the governor. So it is in effect and took effect upon signature by the governor. So it took effect immediately upon his signature. Moving now to Senate Bill 1269 related to cloud seeding authorizations. Again, highlighted in yellow to emphasize the actions required by the board. Similar as was previously authorized, that the board has the authority to sponsor and develop cloud seeding programs within the state. New in there was the request that the board conduct public meetings when discussing or acting on cloud seeding programs in Idaho. It also adds a requirement that the board prepare a detailed annual report, including operational data, state of the science related to, and information related to public meetings. Number 4 there, it says it permit the state funding for the board's cloud seeding programs only in those basins where there's a determination that there's insufficient water in that basin. Legislation also states that, or should say the legislation also modifies what was a fairly broad legislative liability protection associated with it, and narrowed it just a little bit and says that there would be no liability protection for actions of gross negligence or willful misconduct. And finally, and I think importantly for the program, it states that no state or local permit shall be required as any part of a cloud seeding program. So for example, a local county cannot say, hey, board, you need to come in and seek a building permit or some other permit from us associated with the program. This legislatively makes clear that no other permits are needed or required associated with the board's program. All right, we'll keep moving on. Senate Bill, so I'm now on page 5 of 7, Senate Bill 1304 relating to right-of-ways. Well, this was a bill that really clarified, what sort of permission is needed associated with the ditch companies and laterals. And that clarified that permission is not needed, that that is provided associated with the easement that you already have, that the irrigation entities already have. And that has passed the House, the Senate, and signed by the governor. Senate Bill 1305 relating to water district budgets. This one was sponsored by Neil Shippey out of Water District 65. This water district spent quite a bit of money trying to track water right ownerships, and historically have asked for money from entities associated with it, saying we're going to charge you a fee when you come in to do a change of ownership with us. This codifies the authority of the water districts to be able to do this. This is a very good thing for both this IDWR and the board, as those water districts provide a really good initial interaction with those water users and underscoring the importance of changes of ownership. So I think that's a good piece of legislation that's passed the House, passed the Senate, and signed by the governor. Senate Bill 1307. I've talked quite a bit about this one to you guys previously, that there were conflicting provisions between chapters 9 and chapters 13 of Idaho Code as it relates to really lateral water users association, or those entities that that operate or deliver water after, let's say, an irrigation district delivers waters. This one actually goes through, and we spent a lot of time with the water users cleaning this up. It repeals chapter 9, takes the important provisions out of chapter 9 and puts them into chapter 13 and consolidates everything there. That's passed the Senate, passed the House, and signed by the governor. Senate Bill 1337. This included this because I know that at times there's been questions from the board related to irrigation districts and the authority of directors making decisions there. This particular bill is for irrigation districts comprising fewer than 15,000 acres. It allows landowners to serve on a board if they own land within the division and live in the same or adjoining county as the district. This one has passed the House, the Senate, and signed by the governor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll hold the side conversations to a minimum so you can complete your report.
No worries. Now I'm on to page 6, Senate Concurrent Resolution 115. This was just a concurrent resolution identifying the legislature's support for the combination of the Soil and Water Conservation Commission with IDWR, adopted by the Senate and the House. And then we get into a series of concurrent resolutions directly related to the board. These have all are resolutions related to supporting the board's projects in the various board districts, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. These have all been adopted by Senate and the House. There is one last bill that I wanted to bring to your attention. It's a fast-moving bill at this point in time. House Bill 941 that was introduced yesterday, so it does not appear on my update here. But what this bill would do was move the rulemaking coordinator out of DFM or the Division of Financial Management over to the Legislative Services Offices, so LSO. So remove the state's rulemaking coordinator out from under the governor's office and put it into the Legislative Services Office. Also in that bill, it authorized the rulemaking coordinator to change proposed rules prior to publication. So if you go through rulemaking, you go through the process, you submit it to the rulemaking coordinator. This bill would have statutorily authorized the rulemaking coordinator to go in and modify that bill that rule that had worked through the rulemaking process. It is my understanding that that bill died also this morning in committee, but I just wanted to make you guys aware that there are these conversations taking place out there on, you know, who and what is the most appropriate entity to house the rulemaking coordinator, because I think that would have a pretty significant effect, given that, you know, the board, the majority of the board or the rules before the department and the board are actually board rules out there. So wanted to make you aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, comment on that last proposal. The legislature already has the authority to change, modify, reject any rule anyway. Don't understand what this gives the legislature what they don't understand.
I appreciate the comment. I suppose you can never have too much control. You buried the lead. They might have made a move there if they hadn't have put that ability for the LSO to go in and modify all the work that the departments did with public comment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Al.
Garrett, whatever happened to our amendments to the state water plan?
Mr. Chairman, Member Barker, the question was whatever happened to the amendments to the state water plan. My recollection is that the board staff submitted those changes to the legislature at the required time period. My recollection, I happen to go off my recollection, I think is it 60 days after that, if there's no action taken, it is affirmed. I have not heard any action taken with regards to the state water plan.
I think our changes are in effect.
I think they are, and we'll need to probably update some materials on the website to reflect that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's amazing to me that 105 people can assemble in one place and do so much good, and at the same time create a great deal of mischief. With that, Mr. Patton, I'll ask the board quickly, any non-action items we need to take up before tomorrow? I think we're good. We can adjourn.
Yes, we are scheduled to or the Aquifer Stabilization Committee is scheduled to convene at 1. I think we could probably push that a little bit.
Okay.
After you're done with lunch.
Okay, well, we'll go have a bite to eat and we'll see how strict the Aquifer Stabilization committee chairman is on start time.
You need a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman?
Go right ahead.
I just did.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Okay, motion carries. We are adjourned.